Good morning, everyone. Hello. It is Friday. It's end of the. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even think of that. It's the end of the month, so it is the last trading day, isn't it? That is actually really interesting, Kat. And we have to look at the monthly and the weekly. Anyway, I also noticed we are just bouncing off another end dog, just like yesterday. So. Um, I'm interested a little bit in a move to the upside for now. Hey Wags, hey Flatline, how are you doing? Good morning, good morning. How are you guys doing? Yeah, I like 140 level to the upside. I actually wanted to get in a trade, but I was like, I just going to start the stream. I'm not going to anticipate yet, but we're clearly already bouncing off an end dog, as you can see. I thought, you know what, just let it run. It's okay. But I'm interested in 140 level for London. Um, yeah, I think we might not see any lower for London at the moment. Let's see. I think we're with the low is in for London session. Might be wrong, but yeah, I do like 140 level. Yeah, oh, it's already. I should, I was looking at it and I thought when we just got out of the end dog, I thought, should I just put a paper trade in? And I did not even do it. But 140, I think, like I said, I think the low is in London. Um, anyway, it's okay. Listen, guys, yesterday, patience was rewarded. Patience was rewarded. London did not give me the setup that I wanted, but New York Open did. So again, it proved to me, just patience is rewarded. And sometimes you won't have a trade, but most of the times patience is rewarded. And this is the same. But anyway, did any one of you guys trade it yesterday, AM session? Did you manage to catch this short? Okay, let's have a look, guys, because I'm interested in. Yeah, I really like the 140 level, which is also, I believe, a previous week high. But I want to look at the monthly now because we're at the end of. I didn't realize that because it's a short month, right? Let me check the date. I just want to make sure. Yeah, it's February, so obviously we'll have a shorter month. Yeah, the weekend is. Yeah, I have to pay my rent. They're already begging for the rent, so obviously, obviously it's the end of the day, month. Okay, here we go. Why do I have all these notifications? Get away. Go away. Go away. Okay, hold on. Okay, there it is. Okay, I didn't get in. I saw this here and I thought, shall I anticipate? But I'll just start the stream. But yeah, I think we have some room to the upside. What time is it? 2:02. Previous week high. We created a beautiful, exactly at 2 a.m. A beautiful one. Gonna mark it because we will need it today. Let's see what this one is gonna do for us today. Yeah, you can trade this to the upside. 4 hour, we might go a little bit lower. Let's see. Okay, let's have a look at the monthly quickly. I just want to see if there's over because it's TGIF, right? Now I don't use TGIF always in the way we are taught to. I look at a little bit different things. I look at the weekly ranges because even though we might not have a TGIF, the weekly ranges are the percentages are very accurate in the last day of the week. Like if it balances between specific ranges, I notice we can expect either chop or expect another movement. So I really look at those levels very accurately. Let's see where we're at. So we are around 50%. Trying to look at the monthly where we're at. Sense of the monthly range. Let me just switchable. This is the weekly. Nice, apologies. Monthly. Let's have a look at the monthly. Okay, what did we do? So we rejected our 50% of the monthly somewhere in this month. This was exactly 50%. We just went over it and then we went down. Then we went into this wick and now we are retracing back up into this one here. I think we have a little gap here, right? Open, close. 83825, open. 843, close. Yeah, so there's a little gap here. I'm going to mark this gap. If we go down, there is a little monthly gap here. If we do have movement to the downside, maybe later today, it's not that far. It's 200 points away to the downside. It's a very tiny little gap here. I would mark that one here. Okay. It's on the monthly. On the weekly, we're having a doji. We took this high. We already took this high. We didn't tap into this end wall. So that's a possibility too, that we go higher into this one, or we take out this low, or we just going to consolidate. Well, basically, those are the three scenarios. I think during London, it will come more clear. Because now being a doji is sort of like, you know, we like buy side here. We like buy side, sell side. Same here. I can frame it always. Hey, Zara Trader, how are you? So if I look at those imbalances, I look at that. How are these end walk balanced or unbalanced? Can we do? For me, I can frame it both. I mean, I don't want to talk like both ways, but I always do that if I am indecisive because it just keeps my mind open to be able to adapt. Now for London, I am bullish until 140-ish level. I think we are going up, but if not, then that's already out of the equation. It's 140. Where are you? Okay, that would give us some buy side in this one here. Okay, that makes sense. And then it might not go, and then we might go back down. Then give this some buy side. Okay, well, anyway, during the day, I'm going to reassess the monthly versus the weekly because it's a TGIF on the weekly and on the monthly. So that's always interesting if you can sort of like there will be an overlap between certain levels, and then really that will help you on Friday at the end of the day to see what is the kind of how will the month close and how will the weekly close, and there will be sometimes you can clearly see an overlap. Okay, I'm very bullish on NQ now, to be honest, but I'm not anticipating it. 140 is my high for London. Okay, where is it here? Okay, here we go. Yeah, it's almost weekend. Isn't it crazy how fast those weeks always go? I'm just always surprised. Oh my God. And I was like, I thought, let me make some, another schedule for the day after. I'm like, oh, and then oh no, it's already Monday. Hey, company man Carl, how are you doing? How's it going? Yeah, I think we're gonna reach previous week high. Let's see. Um, it's also, I mean, if you just look at the range, right? I mean, What has gold been doing? Yeah, if I look at gold, I just don't like the look here on the hourly. I just want to stay out of this at the moment. I just really don't like this. I know there's good movements to be taken, but you guys know that I don't do as well in these areas as when when we are out of a consolidation area. Um, it's just not my expert. It's just not what I'm. I don't know why, but it looks bullish. I mean, in all honesty, if I look at it very quickly, I do see sell side. We're moving our way maybe up. But I also see trend line liquidity here. I don't even want to look at this. It just makes me. This chart doesn't make me happy if I look at it, to be honest. Let's have a look at ES quickly, because ES has been more clear to me. Company man Carl, did you manage to take the trade yesterday, the short in the morning, in the AM session? Yesterday, I mean, for me, all that price action in London, there was this key level here. It was just, you see here during pre-market at 8, just before 9 o'clock, between 8:30 and 9, it just went up into this level. It didn't tag that 0.72 that I was looking for, but it tagged 0.62, and then it just gave up. It was just beautiful. I mean, it was just beautiful. It was just really actually the build up, the manipulation move started already at midnight. You can see here we started building. Then there was another one. I realized, oh, at 3 o'clock that this one was also like the continuation. We had a little bit of a spike, then we went down, and then we had it used at 3 o'clock, first presented fair value gap, and then it went up again, right? That was the final manipulation move here. And then we had the breakdown. This was all high resistance, high resistance, high resistance. And what do you get after high resistance? Low resistance. So yeah, and it was as long as the price action, because every time it was actually when I was doing some journaling, I was also looking like, oh my god, you can really see the difference in it kept on for me, but the difficulty was let me go back to the 15. Now in hindsight, it's easy to say, well, it's nice to because I banked about on true contracts one about 100 points, and the second one was 240 points. So in hindsight, it's easy to say, I'll wait for the low resistance, but I'm sort of struggling as a streamer. Like, do I want to take this trade as well? And I said it, yes, I do. But in hindsight, I'm thinking, well, why would I? If you are, now you get more experience and you are starting to learn that waiting does reward you if you have your analysis. And I was waiting for this level here, right? I was saying, oh, this is at 702, which matched 0.5 of the full dealing range. I had 3 confluences here, but I also had one. It was an overlap at the 0.62 with the 75% of this end dog as well. So I was looking at it, but I was a little bit married to this one here. So when it got here, it started to go down, and then there was at some point there was a shift, and especially when it got below the 3 a.m. first presented. I should have acted, but I was actually in the kitchen. I was just, and then I came back like, oh my God, it's already dropping. And then I just market ordered in at 9:30. I thought, okay, now, I have everything that I've been waiting for. It's 0.62, not 702. It already went down below the 3 a.m. open. We also tagged exactly 8:30 again. And by the time I saw it, I just market ordered in. At 9:30 it dropped, then we had one spike up, and in that wick I got in, and then it went down again. I think I was in drawdown literally 5 or 10 seconds. That was it. Maybe even less. But yeah, so for me, it's the aspect of waiting for the right time. And you know, you have to just it's something I'm still working on, guys. I want to and so next in a bit I will be able to catch the top. That's what I'm striving at. That is, you know, matching time and price, and I'm not. I mean, my execution, it wasn't clean because I market ordered in, and it was just like okay, but at least I knew where it was going. But I really want to get better, get in this level, but we'll get there. But we talked about it on stream, and you saw my struggle, my FOMO trade here, and waiting for it. FOMO gets in the way, you know, and it's. But yeah, it's. I'm in hindsight, I'm proud and I'm happy, but improvement definitely needed. But working on it, we'll get there. We'll all get there. I hope you guys also manage to get it. Days like rarely come, but Zar Trader, it's a very it is a cycle, and they come literally once or twice a month. So and most of the times the distribution, Wednesdays and Thursdays are the distribution days. And especially when you have a build up, you can literally predict them coming. So if you go back in your chart, you'll see it's not rare. Um, it's not rare. It's just less. They are less frequent, but it's normally always this. It's like the cycles, the AMD cycles. You have them on the daily, you have them on the monthly, you have them on the weekly. But a lot of the times, the Thursday is the distribution day. Not every week. It depends on how the weeks have been forming. But for me, it was clear that distribution was coming. But I was really struggling. Was it going to be in London? If not London, then it will come in New York. But for me, it was clear to me we would have a distribution day to the downside. Well, no, I was clear for a distribution day, but at some point, because it took so long, I started doubting myself. But that's part of what happens when you keep on waiting and not 100% sure yet. But we'll get there. No silver. Only NQ today. I've already looked at gold. And it's too wicky for me. It's Friday. I'm more interested in NQ now to the upside. You see how you see where the let me go to the 5 minute. It's interesting to see that this is yesterday's end walk, right? End dog we opened up. I just want to see. I want to get in a trade, see if we can get a good entry because it's too. I'll wait for 2:30 now. Let's see what happens because I do think we're going to go up here. I just didn't anticipate here yet, but this would have been a good entry in the 115 macro. Now, what can we expect today, right? It's Friday, end of the month. Let's go over some scenarios. So if you calculate these ranges, right, we went down, but we never went lower than 79%. So technically, we could still be bullish. Now, one could argue, oh, but we have a market structure shift on the 4-hour because we went below this, and this could be the breaker, and we retested. But if we go over this point here, the 112, I don't consider this a proper market structure shift because there's no breaker, there's nothing here. It just went below it, but it still respected the OTE levels of the smallest range you can use, right? So I could still see us go up and maybe even tag into here is one scenario. But we could also, if we do respect this, we go down and we take these levels here. But this is I would like to watch this. The moment we get over this order block, it's not bearish to me anymore for now. So it's this level here, 106. I already mentioned I could see us go here, so I'm already stating, but this could be a wick, right? We could go up here, wick it, and still go down. So let's make it 140, because on the higher time frame we could wick back down, and then it's still the body closure below this order block. So that's what I'm looking at for now. Like I said, I can frame it both. I see everything on both sides. So we just have to look at these little things like, okay, what can we just step by step and take it trade by trade, I guess. Yeah. Look, we have SMT on both sides as well. So, I mean, we've got SMT on both sides. I can see us tag in this end dog. I could see us go. This could be a draw as well. I see literally both things, and literally both calculations on both sides are literally almost same. And it makes sense, right? Because we are, I believe, at 50% of the week. Yeah, okay. See, yeah, it makes sense because we're also at 50% of the week. So we always say we don't dibble in the middle. That goes for any. I would say for me, I try to respect that a little bit. So just really wait until I see clear direction away from to the upper, to the downside from a middle. It doesn't matter which middle it is. It could be any middle. I'm going to add a few end dogs to my trading because I've noticed that the end dogs have been in play a little bit. Sometimes I try not to use them too much, but sometimes it's end dog. I call it end dog days because you see they're a little bit more respected than or used because the end walls. Well, we do have them close near each other here, but just want to see where the others, the latest ones are. If we are here. Okay, they're all below us. That's interesting. And that one, okay, it makes sense, right? We went up and then, okay. So we just have one to the upside. The event horizon is here. I just want to see if there's more. That's the only downside of the end dogs that you need. Sometimes if you have a large moves, you need to add more of them because the move has been so big. So many days we already passed. So it might clutter your charts, but you'll see they do really help you navigate and to show what price is doing. Okay, they're all below us. Okay, so until we go up, I only need the two. Okay, the moment we go below it, I'll add them again. Now for now, it's only two. I use the event horizons are very important to me. Some points, right? So that's why I use them. I don't want to calculate it all the time. I'm a bit lazy in that regard, so I just use. I'll make it a little bit bigger, so you can see it. The event horizons are just as important as the end walls and end dogs themselves because it's a point of algorithmic precision which are used for liquidity or an imbalance which forms there. So if you have those on your chart, you already know where an imbalance. Most likely, it's imbalances. There you go. It's not magic. It's just not. It's just algorithmically. Um, at a certain time, certain things happen because algo can only be scripted against time, not against price, because price will differ all the time. So when you see an algorithmic level, it just means that a specific time is used to do specific things, and that translates itself in specific levels. And it's just like um, as an end-dog and end-walk always is framed at a specific time. The midpoint is also, it's just a matter of algorithmic precision. Here we go. So I'm bullish for a London session, I think. I'm anticipating yet, haven't gone in yet. Let me do a poll, guys. London session, are we bullish or bearish? Bullish. Jeep Space Music, bullish. So, G Space Music, you wanted about silver. Do you trade silver? Have you been trading silver lately? Just curious. I looked at gold, but look, it's just for me. This makes me. I just get a very. This already makes me sort of angry. If I look at this, it makes me aggressive. If I look at this, I don't know why. I cannot. It's hard to explain, but look at the hourly, just going back and forth, back and forth. Now I know if you have accumulation, there will be a good move, but I always seem to miss it. A lot of the times lately, like a few months ago when I started doing gold, the best moves were in Asia, and that's the time that I sleep. But you've seen that yesterday with me as well, right? When we are a lot, I get there is a time that I start to get impatient. I fall in the trap of FOMO trading. I paper traded it, but it was it just and that happens when I stay in the chart very long and I look at it all the time. So when I see this already, I get sort of like I already can feel my I don't know. I, I can see it go, if I just look very quickly, I think it will go down, but that's just something that I think is not really based on logic or anything. I'm just looking, okay, this looks like it might just go down into this end dog. My end dogs are purple and my end walks are blue, if you've noticed. I think it's end dog. It feels to me like it's a little bit of end dog. We have to use end dogs today. Oops. So the grind is still very slow. Again, I'm looking at the how it's forming. You see all these little gaps again. I'm not interested. You always will see the change. Hey, Lock and Q. I don't know if you guys have noticed that you will see the change once it starts printing better. You'll see there's no more inefficiencies. It takes it out and you'll just see cleaner price action. So I'm always waiting for that. Where are my two lines? Oh, here you are. It's on this one. Okay, I got you. I was on the wrong chart. There we go. I got you. Okay. I don't need to mark this one. We can see it, right? It's in clear. It's already clear. G-Man, impatience is the worst thing for me. Sometimes I open and think I need to trade because, yes. No G-space, that is, that's the worst advice because that's what I've been doing. You want to really train yourself. Like if you want to become better and you know a model, you don't want to just get in because you think you really want to wait for your setup to come to you and everything needs to line up. Just go and try with one lot. Teaches you because you will keep on going with one lot. And I'll tell you one thing with MNQ, it happened to me. It can really add up. And every time you keep on going, you're training your brain to do and you just keep on doing that. And that's what I sometimes still fall in that trap outside stream if I don't stream. And it's like it is not discipline, it's biology. It really I've been really fascinated by this because I thought, oh my god, I'm profitable now, I know what I'm doing. And then suddenly after a while I started falling in the same trap and I got so upset about it and I was like, what the hell is going on? And it is biology. It's the markets are designed around fear and greed, and we all have. And even though the most disciplined traders can form that, it's about managing that constant danger that lurks, and it's like tricking your brain all the time. So I do not agree. You can try one lot. No, why would you if it doesn't matches with your if then statements? And yesterday I fell for it, and I said I hope I'm going to be stopped out because I was just chasing, and I was, oh my god, if that short is coming now, I'm going to miss it. But I was still missing a few if then statements. But I was like, oh my god, other people are in, and some people are getting it, and I might miss it on stream, and I've been waiting for it so long. But then you need to be okay with it if you miss it, because then you still need to figure something out. But my initial analysis was still correct. I want to wait for that level to be hit. It was still a little bit wrong, that level, but it just needed a higher time frame level, which was clear it wasn't there. And the time, also how price was behaving during London, was also telling us that the time wasn't ready to move yet. I don't want to go into personal questions anymore. I'm done with that, to be honest. I don't think that really matters in the stream. But then again, if you have some things lining up, then you go in small. I still didn't go in full, but just going in with one lot is I would highly not recommend that, because you're teaching yourself still the wrong lessons. Paper trade it. If you're not sure and you know you're not following your rules, you have to be honest to yourself. Hey, I put myself that's why I put on the stream FOMO paper trade, just to make sure everybody sees it. The walk of shame, it's not really a walk of shame, but hey, listen, you need to be, be honest to yourself, and that's when you can really grow and improve. You're not getting you don't understand what I'm saying. In this time, you only trade micro. With high volatility, even the trades that you do know, you want to trade micros. Now, I did not trade, in all honesty, I did trade minis yesterday but most of the times I trade micros now. But, okay, I think flatline is just trolling now. You're making a joke. I know you now, so I'm not gonna bite into that. Okay, we have a suspension block, guys, here. But no, this is not the mindset you want to get, guys. Not like, oh, we can just try. Yes, you can try, but try on a micro. Yes, when things line up, because you can still be wrong. And volatility wise, micros can still add up to a lot of losses. I journal this. Yeah, very good that you journal. The last few sessions were so clear to me. Good. And I did really well, so that I can be patient and only trade when I'm seeing that. Yes. And when you start journaling and you start seeing what works for you, and then you start seeing the things like, okay, and then you really get more confident to wait for those things, right? And you'll still have a few losing trades, because the time is not right. It just takes a little bit longer for that to work. But yeah, you need to journal. Um, hey, G-Man, listen, patience is my biggest thing as well. And you see me, you guys can see me the moments that I start struggling with it. It's when, because I knew yesterday that move would come on Thursday and the distribution move, and I really started to get nervous that might miss it because I was like, yeah, but it just still didn't line up and it still didn't, um, you know. But then you have to be okay to just miss it. And I put that paper trade on, but guys, I would have been so pissed off if it would have really dropped in London already. But also you have to get okay with that, right? Just to miss it and you'll save yourself more money even at the end than losing. Because more of the times you'll be wrong than right. So the one time you miss it, that's, you know. So I'm still, it's still something I'm still working on. I'm still working on improving executions. I'm still working on fighting the moments that, you know, impatience kicks in. It's so much better than but I think even as a profitable trader, you still battle it. You still battle it. Um, you know, we have weaknesses, and sometimes the moment you start just, you know, it's very easy to fall back into those traps because the markets are designed for it. I'm just, um, I always have to be aware of that. Always. Uh, no, G man, I love you guys that you share your ideas as well and your struggles. Yeah, and it always yeah. But another thing that I do want to point out, and that's why I take the paper trades, is you learn the most of your losing trades. So I'm always happy when I have a losing trade on paper because I journal it, I go into it, and that's where that's where my most growth is. So that's why I always highly recommend everybody to paper trade, especially if you doubt it. Just go in. B4DS, where did you draw your fib from? From the wick of the big red candle on the 1 hour time frame. Let me show you. So this was yesterday's range, the full range. We went from where the drop was. We made a new high here, right? We created a new high until this low here. Well, we technically did not make a new high. The high was here, but a new swing point. Let me call it a swing point. Now I do look at different levels. If I look, for example, here, I do like this level as well here because this is 0.5, especially in the midpoint of the N wall. So I do play around with them. If you have a balanced price range, for example, somewhere, you can sort of like already make it smaller, but that's something that's a little bit more advanced. I do on the lower time frame, I do look at that, but do you wait for a price to get to a certain area before you enter? I do wait for certain confirmation, yes, but also for I look at how is price behaving. If I see it keeps making this very spotty and just being very slow, I'm just not interested, even though I know it's going up. I'm just not interested to really enter. So, for example, here I could have taken the trade from here up to here and then write it. I think 140 is in play. Let's say that's previous week. I think we will tag in previous week high in London, but I'm just not interested if it's moving the way it is. I would rather wait because I've seen we created a very beautiful fair value gap at exactly 2 a.m. We've got 3 a.m. coming, and I want to see which one of the two are they going to use, maybe for the last move up, for example, because we could get a manipulation to the downside, right, again, as long as it's moving. But look, it's creating, I like how it's printing, though. But this is a very important area for me. I always mark it for a reason, just to see, okay, what are we doing? What's price showing us? Okay, you can see we only made a very large one here, and then we had a suspension block here. We're respecting the suspension block. So I'm just collecting intel for the time being. Practicing patience. It's also a practice for me. Just want to see, okay, are we respecting this? Maybe we're not even going to go lower, and this might be in play later today. But let's see, because it's almost 3 o'clock. So, but yeah, I mean, the best things are when you are obviously at the start of a new market maker model, right? Then you have your first, your inversion, your breaker, and some levels that you can go off. But like I said, this is not an easy area to play off, because we're at the middle of the weekly range, which is always tricky. It's always tricky area. And as you can see it here as well, right? If you look at the hourly here, you can see we had consolidation here. You can expect sort of similar. You have to be just a little bit aware that it could do. We already had some, obviously, so maybe London might just give us the move a little bit higher, but it could also just not go out of this N walk. So that's what I'm also watching, because the 50% is very near here, and we are at the top of the N walk. So okay, let's see if we even can get out of it. And if we get out of it, then that 140 level is in play for me. But yeah, I mean, it would make sense, right, that we go into this CB to grab some buy side. If we would go down, we do want to go up here first. But the question is, how high do we want to go up here? Could go all the way back up here. Could. If you want us, technically we do have a breaker here. So technically we could go all the way up here and still be bearish. No matter how you calculate the range, right? I mean, if you calculate it from here or this swing point. So I'm using this one at the moment because we have, well, is this balanced? We could use this one. No, I wouldn't use this one. Go a little bit lower. I just want to check something. Yeah, this gets. No, I'm not using it. When I see that it's a clear balanced price range, then you can just skip it and then you can go lower, because but that's something a little bit more advanced. But I'm just going to use this for easiness of the, because it's such a large range, it doesn't really matter. But I still like this one here too. We'll fine tune it down, and when I get more confirmation that we are leaving the 50%, we're getting out of the N walk. There's too many barriers for me. I still see it go up though, but question is, are we going to do it after 3 o'clock, or are we going to slam down again from here? And then I think it might just, because we need go to premium, right, at some point. So no, G-Man, the suspension block is not on the core content. That's something he taught us in this year or 2025. The core, it's very simple, but he still needs to go. He just touched on it, but it's a very simple concept for what he has shared so far. The suspension block is nothing else than a fair value gap, but the difference is that the fair value gap has two imbalances on both sides. The only things that I have heard him say about it was they are being revisited. So I'm still backtesting them because he says, oh, I will touch more on it in his book or more in depth in future lectures. But that's all I have heard of it. If somebody has more information on it, please share. But yesterday, or was it the day before in London, we had one suspension block and we had a retracement and it didn't go down that suspension block. I don't know if you guys can remember that. But I do believe that they have to be at specific levels. There is a level of importance that not all of them are valid. Not all of them work very. So I'm still back testing it. Like, is it, is it specific times that we need to use? Things like that. But I always mark them if I see them, also for the purpose of, okay, what's happening here? And well, okay, look, we're not going lower than the suspension block here. And if it's not used, I mark them for later on. And then if we have retracement back up, then it goes down again. It might be that it goes into that suspension block. Especially higher time frame, you do want to mark them on the 4 hour and on the well, I mean, the higher the better. I mean, we used one on the daily for a long time. We might be in it right now, actually. Let me check on the daily. See, we're going higher. I think. Let's see if we get out of the N walk. Yeah, I'm not in the trade, even though I do think we're going to go to 140 and maybe even up here. I'm just not anticipating it. I would rather also just, focus on the chat and go over price and. Is anyone in the long, by the way? I wanted to look at the. I'll show you the volume, the one on the daily that ICT has been using a long time. Is this one here? You see this? You see one here, and it's an inversion. I don't want to. We're going back into it now. Let's see if one of my OTE levels matches with that. Here you go. So this is that. If you go to the daily, you see this one here. It's the one of 4th of February. Yes, you have to be. Yes, you have to be. Yeah, you have to be happy with enough. And if you made enough, you just stop, right? And that's a hard. Well, that's a hard thing for a lot of people. Also, sometimes for me. That's why I do specifically choose evaluations where there's consistency rules, so it forces me to stop. I don't mind doing that. So you see this. So if we do go back, you want to mark this one and see how we are behaving in this suspension block on the daily. It might be but it matches up with my OTE levels as well. So, and yeah, we're still going up. There we go, 247. Beautiful. It's actually quite a beautiful move. And anyone? No one trading. No one in the. No, I mean, it looks like we're just it's on a mission. We're going up, right? I mean. Oh, you got in the long, just Haney? Yeah, I thought you would be. I would be surprised if you would not. I would get worried. Oh, I just need to. Oh, I'm actually still happy with the. I'll just be honest because sometimes when I'm not in a trade, I just can focus on price and talk about it, and I don't. I wonder if people would rather have me be in a trade or just talk about it because I'm still happy with. Yesterday was a good day, and the moment I'm in a trade, I'm less focused on it. It just takes away just from the tape reading. And for me, it's also just like I really, really enjoy tape reading. And being in a trade is just like I'm in the trade and I actually don't want to talk. I want to talk less. Let me put it that way. So that's maybe also the reasons I don't stream as much anymore in New York session, because that's the area that I really want to trade and just want to make my money, I guess. But yeah, I really enjoy tape reading and really focusing and really, really deep diving into price action. But yeah, it really shouldn't matter. I often just tape read by myself and learn the most. Yeah, exactly. And I really, I love, I can do it all day. It's sort of like, you think I will overtake, you think I will take over trade? No, I don't think you overtrade. You know what you're doing. No, it's just, hey, I was looking at it and I thought, shall I put on the trade already for the stream? And I thought, I was looking at the charts around here and I saw this endog and I saw this move here at 155 and I thought, okay, we were moving away from it, and then I saw this one. And I was thinking, shall I get in? And I said it straight away, we're going up to 140 for sure at some point, but I just didn't want to. I would rather look. And yeah, if it goes there, it goes there. I just try to make a habit out of it of just watching at this and wait for the 3 o'clock, even though things are happening. It's maybe also just oh, I mean, artificial intelligence will take over trading and well, I think for the algorithmic for the institutions that use algorithmic frequencies, it will only get better. But I think the market will stay this. I don't think it will take over, but it just makes it, the competition might just get a bit. They will do better, I think, if you. But we can also help AI help us identify trades, right? We can't trade, we can't use them, but we can help them identify the trades maybe on the background. I don't know. I don't feel very threatened by AI. I think, but maybe I should. I don't know what you guys think. The only thing that I can think that they could do is make it more harder for us psychology wise, because maybe AI can think where our weaknesses are and maybe manipulate more, that trading becomes more that they can see, okay, that is like an area where people are getting good. If there's like, maybe they can calculate things like, oh, when we do this, we have more people, more retail understanding what we're doing, and they might adjust that a little bit, things like that. That might be a thing that I think they could, I think it will only be used against us, right? If it comes to trading. For us retail, not to make much money. So but then again, I mean, yeah, we will never be. I mean, I will never be as smart as AI. Um, but AI it's fed by humans, right? The knowledge is fed by humans. So can it get more intelligent than the most intelligent human? That's the question. That's the only thing. Is like, can it develop itself, or can it get more? Can AI get more intelligent than the most intelligent human being? If not, we're good. If yes, it might become dangerous, I guess, if it makes sense. You think it can be, but how can we? Yeah, but what is the most? Yeah, but that is like, yeah. So the brain would have a limitation, and then I think it can just process faster. That's the problem, right? Maybe not. It depends on how you the metric of intelligence. Just the intelligence itself, I don't think so, because but maybe AI can get to like a problem solving thing maybe very fast. Then a human might have to, you have a professor that, gets into a study, and they academically, they investigate, and they build like the whole life. They investigate cases and stuff like that. And maybe AI can do that. What a professor needs to do in a whole lifetime, they can do maybe in a very short time, I guess. I guess in that case, if that would be the metric, it would be time. Um, okay, see what I'm noticing already here. Look where we tapped into the N walk, and we are rejecting of the N walk now. Let's see if we have moved to the downside in the 350, 250 macro. I'm going to use this level for now, just want to see, because it's a little bit closer. I like the midpoint here. I thought about that with all the prop firms. Kind of wanted the data mining on Trader. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the prop firms are not in our benefit, right? I mean, they just want to make money off us, so they're looking for our weaknesses, and they prey on them. So that's what I also think about. Again, I want to point out this little gap so we have a fair value gap here from 2 a.m. and this little. Remember yesterday we had one imbalance as well. I believe that was a 3 a.m. Exactly the same structure, and we went back into that. So like the same thing. How can we make people lose more money? Oh, let's do the copy trading. Things like that. Let me make it sound like they can get rich very fast. I think that's one of those. It's. I mean, if I would be a prop firm, that would be. If someone would come up with that idea, I would give them a raise. You know what I mean? Okay, well, yeah, we can make money faster. You package it really well, and you prey on the people that think, oh well, you know what? I think I can make it work. And then everybody, I mean, I thought that as well, to be honest. And then I got away from it very, very fast. Like, you know what? Make it work with one, and then we'll talk again. And now, in all honesty, I'm not even interested in trading. I just trade different accounts at different times. It just gives me more. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not that interested in it. Okay, so what's gonna happen at 3? What do you guys think? Are we gonna go spike up, create a fair value gap, and go to the level straight away? I think um, it looks like it doesn't want to go lower, right? We've got an imbalance here, still open a little bit. Yeah, it's fascinating AI, but I guess it is also if it's in the good hands, it's good. But if it gets into bad hands, but I guess people in the financial industry, they don't have good intentions for us retail people anyway. So I guess we can consider it's in the bad hands. But yeah, it's an interesting thought. I don't know. I just don't know. If we would be, it would be really bad. It would really take away my opportunity for the life that I'm living, I guess. But can we adapt against the AI? Can we adapt accordingly? I don't know. Oh, I just noticed something. Is this a gap? Do we have a gap here or not? No, I don't think so. No, we don't. Oh, let me look at the poll. What you guys are thinking? Bullish 68%, bearish 32%. I don't think they will let the shorts out alive, but no, I'm not trading. I'm just watching though. Yeah, I'm bullish for the session. I was bullish from here already, but not interested in trading. I just want to watch what the 3 a.m. is going to do. But yeah, I think 140. I already said 140 is my bias for London session, but we might go higher. But then we are in premium, so then we just have to see what price is doing because we need to go to get some premium, even though we want to go further down, right? But it looks pretty. It looks very strong. 3 o'clock. Let's see. I think it's going to make a fair value gap to the upside. I think we're going to have 2 fair value gaps. Let's see. Let's see if this suspension block holds or it's going to go fill this gap and go back into this one here. But I think it would. It would be nicer if we would go down and then we go back up. But I think it's just going up. There we go. 3 o'clock. I would like it if it would use this one as a springboard for the remaining, but I think this one will be used later on. And I think we'll get a new one here. Yeah, see? Let's see. Oh, maybe not. This would be nice. I mean, I would like it if it would go come down. And then we can use that maybe for the 350, 410 macro to go back up, for example. Is there SMT? No, not interested in this SMT. No, we just go. I think we're just going up for now. We're on a mission. See, it's just going up to 240. There we go. You guys see? Do you see this here? This 1 hour candle with no wick here. We don't have a fair value gap yet. You see that on the 1 minute? There's nothing forming. We're just literally just. This is actually very bullish. Let's see. Liquidity here equal little. This is not bullish. It needs to move away from it, by the way. If this wick goes into this wick and moves away, that would have been bullish, but now I don't. Now I'm at a form. I figured that don't know what I will do now. No, you paper trade. Well, unless you well, I know where it's going, but I'm still not entering because I know I should have entered here. But I just try to stay out of price action when it's at 50%. The best position was around this area here, using the end dog, weekly open. We already had an inversion here. If you go back to one, for example, to the 150 macro here, let's see, that's a turn, I think a 122, so turning, where's the 150 macro? I'm sorry, I mean 1 hour back here, this area here. You can actually see the AMD, right? Let me go to the 5 minute. This is a beautiful AMD. Zero. You look at the macro here. Here's your A, your M, and the distribution. But it's not the distribution that I mean, if I talk distribution, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so Bow's exactly, bro. It's not the distribution. If I talk about a distribution candle, it's not that kind of distribution that I want to anticipate in. That's a difference. It's just the movement of but it could easily, yeah, exactly. You see there's a little gap here, and it's exactly the same one. I would like it to go back into this range and then a springboard to the upside, but I don't know if it will get it. Hey Vincent, how are you doing? I don't know if we're gonna get it, Bowser. I'm also wondering. I think it will just the suspension block is holding up so far, but we are creating liquidity here. So around 50%, there's a lot of manipulation. I think it's going to spike up. You see what we get if you look at the 5 minute how this is, and we're starting wicking again. We might get it now, Bowser. Looking at the chart now, I do think we might go back into maybe we go back into this area. That would be awesome. Yeah, there we go. Is it also a 15-minute breaker? Let me go to the 15-minute. Let me quickly have a look. Ooh. Okay, let me mark out something. It's actually very, very clean on the 15-minute. We activated a 15-minute breaker with this in this 15-minute candle. See, that's why I just love just tape reading. Otherwise, I would miss this. The moment I'm in a trade, I wouldn't see this anymore. Breaker. 15 minutes. Go back to the one. Now go back to if we break the suspension block, we go back to, what did we do the last macro here? We formed a city. Now we're going to watch if we're going to go back and do something with this, because we left this. We left imbalances here. So that's why I don't want to, as long as I see imbalances being created, I don't want to trade until we really retest something for me, of significance. It's either a imbalance. So, and this was again also the one that we at 3 o'clock. We formed exactly the same structure, and I think we retested this 4 or 5 o'clock. I have to go back. I journaled it, but there was this, and we went down into it one time, and later on we went back one time lower, and then we tagged into this, and we went a little bit lower than this three. I believe it was the 3 a.m. Imbalance that we formed, the one after the open. So let's see. So this matches now with the 15-minute breaker. Now, for example, if you see price just tap into it and move away, and you miss the trade, don't worry, because you still, as long, this one will be in play at some point. It might be later, but if you miss it and you just let it go. If you don't feel like, okay, I'm not comfortable, then you just keep on. You keep on looking, and we are so lucky that we can do London, right? I'm in a long from 24,945. Good for you. See, we have yeah, we have it's just Haney as well around that area, I believe. 24,9. Yeah, you took the around the oh, you're even lower, I think. 24,945. Wow. Oh wow, that's really good. Yeah, I saw this one here, and we were leaving the end dog, but I just didn't want to anticipate yet. I'm just gonna. Well, Vincent, did you manage to take the short yesterday? Did you see the short that finally came in the New York Open? Am I lagging, guys? Is this stream quality bad? I think I'm seeing myself being lagging again. Yeah, so Michael Day, that's why I always emphasize on building your own account. It's good to trade prop, but with your profits, you want to start your own account so you can do these things. Now, I don't really like to hold trades overnight, to be honest, but if you want to, then you really need to have your build your own account with a brokerage, and just you can swing trade there. But I try not to do it. I just sleep better when I'm not doing it. But hey, listen, there's a lot of opportunities. But I'm always worried if there's like if something a war breaks out or something, and it's just goes straight through your stop and things like that. Um, okay, we're getting down into the breaker now. I see a lag, so I'm a little bit worried. I'm trying to get some memory things. I'm just trying to see if my laptop, is there something wrong with my or with the internet. Okay, let's see if we can get into this one here. Yeah, I also would not do it. But hey, listen, there's people that are. I'm gonna go do a paper buy here. Just want to see a paper trade. See, my internet is not working. See, there's something wrong. That's why my internet, because we have, you can see the weather is bad. It's gray. A lot of the times my internet is lagging. I'm trying to get in on a paper trade, and it's not working. You see, yeah, here we go. I'm using this as a silver bullet now. Stop loss. I'll put it below this one here. And I'm gonna target I said 140, was it? It's gonna be a little bit higher. See, it's not moving, come on. Yeah, I definitely have an internet, there's something wrong with my internet, I can already tell. 140. Actually, I want to put it here, but I'm going to put it just below previous week high because I don't want to wait. This 317. I'm going to put my stop a little bit lower. Now we do have a fair value gap here as well, right? You can see that. So, but if it stops me out, it stops me out there. That's okay. Oh, it doesn't move. Come on. Now I'm actually a little bit worried because we do have a flat bottom here. In a wick, we could go lower into this wick. I actually, you know what? I'm just wondering if we're really ready to go. Are we gonna go later on? I'm gonna take one off here. It's gonna, because I see I've got two on. You see there's a flat, there's no wick here. Yeah, Vincent, I managed. But my execution wasn't as clean as I wanted it to be because I was aiming for that 702 level, remember? But it went back to, I think it's going to go down first, guys. I think I'm going to get out of this trade. I'm going to get out. Okay. No, I'll show you guys why I don't want to be in this trade. I see this 1 hour candle here. No, I wouldn't be surprised we're going to go to this fair value gap. Because I see now this 1 hour candle here. I want to get out. See, my internet is not working properly. Okay, well, I'll leave it. Okay, I'm out. See, we got a one. We already took this high of this hourly candle. Now it can go higher, but there is this bottomless wick here, a bottomless candle, and we took out the 1 hour buy side here, so I don't trust it. And we're around at 50%. So I'm always very vigilant around 50% because I have a bullish bias, but I don't know. Let's see. If it goes over 3 o'clock, so over the open price, I will re-enter. But I just really want to make sure that it goes further, because is it going to use this one or this one? This one is in this wick. Yeah, so for instance, I'm at about 300 points on NQ. I was saying I wanted to go to 702, but at 8, just above, after 8:30, it went to only 62% of that range, and then it turned. But that was that level that it needed to tag into. But then, and then it went below 3 a.m. and below 8:30. But I wasn't. I can't remember, but I was too late to have the proper entry, and I just market order in at 9:30. I just thought, okay, well, it's going to drop now. I just market ordered in, and it went down, and then we had a wick up, and in that wick, back to the upside. I think I was in drawdown a few seconds on that trade, so it was a pretty good trade. I had a very conservative. I mean, we didn't. I thought I was like, okay, that's a safe entry exit. I put one exit at London low, another one. That gave me on my second contract 241 points. So yeah, I think Vincent and I we trade pretty similarly, I think. Yeah. So I'm thinking I'm just thinking now, are we really going to go up or not? Let's see if it holds up. 322. It looks bullish, right? We got a breaker here, inversion, but it did not close above the inversion, which is exactly 3 o'clock. If we have a closure above 3 o'clock, then this bullish structure is intact for me. Then I would re-enter again. But because I'm seeing this, Vincent, you know me, right? With these, with the moment I see this and I see that we took out a high here, we took liquidity. I'm like, oh, I'm like, okay, I have to be very aware. And we also left a little bit of a little imbalance here, so I'm just not. I just get out. There you go. I've been burned so many times around 50%. Hey, DBT. Yeah, we might go to this one. But that's actually very bearish then. Then we go below the 15-minute breaker. Now, let's see if it stays in this breaker, or is it going to break down and go into here? Yeah, exactly. 50% N walk. We took the high. We took one high. We could create. We could consolidate a little bit. We could wick into this one here. We could stay into the. No, can we wick into? Yeah, yeah. I think it's going to take out. It's going to manipulate here. Yesterday was the same thing, around 38%. We just go above it and then go back down. If the end dog holds, if it just taps into the end dog, goes back up, then I would re-enter for the long. If it keeps on going back into this one, not lower at some point, and keep going back up. But I think I want a confirmation on 3 o'clock because we want a confirmation, activation of this breaker and activation of the inversion. It's only a question that, okay, it's going to go up, but when? When is the time right to go into premium? I took a short on the 2-minute FTG after the inversion. Well done. Yeah, I mean, there's an imbalance here. Wickless candle. We did not go into this one here, right? Remember they left this one here open? Is this enough, or does it want to go here? It could leave this candle for later, the wick, right? But is this hourly candle going to give this the manipulation wick or not? I think I wouldn't be surprised if we go. Oh, look, we could still stay in the breaker. Oh, I didn't notice that. Oh, that's not okay. Okay. I would like that. Oh, look. Oh, yes. Oh, that's perfect. That was perfect. Okay. So we don't have to go to this. This might be the breakaway gap. We can stay in this one here and still be. Okay, let's see. Overall, Asia accumulated one more. Yes. Yeah, we have a clear AMD, right? I don't want to say clear. AMD. But the D is not the D that we like as distribution traders, but it's just the distribution of a cycle, but it can go back and forth within that candle. It's not like you get like a couple of in a 4 hour, you get like, instead of distribution 4 hour, you get three little, or 4 hour, maybe consolidation candles, but it still distributes because it goes higher a little bit then. But it's sort of like more lower time frame AMD, right? I don't see it on the higher time frame. Okay, let me mark. I want to calculate this. Hold on. Oh, my internet. Come on. See, we went to exactly 0.5. You see, you don't want to be in this. You don't want to be in this price action, right? 330. Okay, looks like we activated the breaker. Yeah, Vincent, I that's why I got out. I got out of because of the devil's mark. I saw the devil's mark. That's why I got out of my long. I said, "Oh, I'm seeing something on the 1 hour. I'm getting out." That's why I got out at the for my long. And also because we took out liquidity on this 1 hour already. We took it out here, and you see we keep on hanging around at 50%, right? So I got out straight away from my it was a winning. I didn't lose any money on the trade. It was 70 ticks. But I saw the devil's mark. I saw we took liquidity. We were exactly at 50%. The bodies were back in the end walk. I got out straight away. Yeah. If it goes, it goes. Then it still uses this one, but we activated the breaker though. So I'll do another buy because I said I will re-enter. I do like it, but I could be wicked out again because it's okay. Breaker retests. I like the time. I just want to see. I want to do 2R. If the price goes below this breaker, it's manipulating. And I keep on saying it, guys. 50%. You want to be careful. I will never trade my live account or my evals around this area, and I hope maybe I can showcase it. Oh, there we go. I already broke it. Let me see if it manipulates. Now you can see what I mean with being around 50%. Why I don't trade it. There we go. Okay, already. So you see, we activate. This is they are very. It's very tricky. They activated people that 9 out of 10 times this works. Your inversion has been activated. Your breaker, but it still goes down below the breaker here. Oh, no body closure. Okay, my stop was, it's actually retesting, but I think it's going to break it. Yeah, it's 50. But you see, it manipulates a lot. So that's why I always say around 50% be careful. And here, and yeah, so I really think we see this being retested or maybe even lower. But it could still go up. It's going to do, you see, it's just, you cannot trust it at all. Nothing works. Everything is just sort of like very icky. You just want to. I got out straight away when I saw this one. When I said, okay, I see this 1 hour, and I already said at 50%. I need to be careful here. Yeah, it's very nice price action to study, and also like that's why I have the 1 hour next to see like okay, and I think we're gonna go into this wick first, and that will balance out this here, tap into the end dog, and then go up. But it could also even just go all the way into here. But then we are losing the 15-minute breaker, which I don't think we are going to because we still need premium, right? So I think this is a short up to here. Should I put money? Okay, I'm going to paper trade this, guys. See if what time is it? 3:34. I'm a little bit too late, but I should have. My TP is going to be here. It's going to be a 1-to-1, I guess. Almost. No, it's a 2R almost. Yeah, I want this level to be tapped into. I'm aiming for so that means if there's no wick, that means there's lack of manipulation. That means there will be another candle that will give us a wick at the downside. We never close a 1 minute body above the first presented at 307. Yeah, well, yeah, that's a good observation as well, Bowser. I should do make a 1 to 1. Shouldn't go below above 50, about above 3 o'clock. Now I want this candle before the end of the hour. I want that, but it could not do. It might not do it. It might do it in the next hour. I'm just gonna journal this and see if it might go into this little imbalance, then go back up again, and then go back down. Let's see. Yeah, it could go here as well because we've got the same thing here. You just want to. I tend to stay out of it. I just paper trade it to journal it. Like, okay, what time is it? What is it doing? Which week? You know, 0.5. What time? I write down the time, for example. Okay, 3:15. Then where did we make a new high? Where did it go? What time did we go above 3 o'clock? 3:30. We made a into this little imbalance here, right? But it's just going back and forth. It's just very low probability. And again, guys, keep the weekly ranges on because you'll really start noticing 50% is always tricky area. Unless it moves away from it very fast. But if it's in the vicinity of a N walk, a high or low, um, it sort of like goes, the moment we leave this N walk, we know it's going to go to the next one, right? It goes to the event horizon and then to the next one. But it just, the body never really got out of it. If we manipulate to create bottom wick of current 4 hour, I will long distribute the body if set presents. Let me have a look at the 4 hour. I was just thinking about it, but I thought, well, is a 4 hour a wickless as well? Yes. Um, I don't. I don't hope the 4 hour stays. I think the 4 hour might get the wick. I think if the 1 hour goes down, we will have. It will not be. I think only the 1 hour will stay with wickless. I hope. Oh, what news do we have today? It's always low resist. It's always a low probability, around 50% of the weekly range CB grade. You'll see. It's always high resistance and low probability around that area. Yeah, you don't want to trade it, guys, and you'll see. That's why I'm putting on these trades, and you'll see that I'll be stopped out quite a bit. I never put on any. Well, I don't. I never trade live accounts or evals around this area anyway, as I explained a couple of times already, and especially with this bottomless wickless candle, I would rather see this manipulation being done and then take it up to the upside. We've got red. Yeah, I didn't even watch the news yet. Let me try. Yeah, but even though we're red 4 weeks, sometimes you have good moves in London. It doesn't. It just depends where price. It just all depends where price is. Sometimes you can get a nice move in London, and you want to be careful in pre-market. I never say, oh, because of news, or people always say, oh, Monday, no news Monday, I'm not going to trade. I have the best trades on those days. It just depends. What did Friday do? What did the overnight do? You can still have a good move. You should not really close up you just look where price is and what it's doing. But, I think it's very close-minded to say, oh, we have news 8:30, so London, per definition, will be bad. Yeah, it's bad now because we are in a specific area, I mean, this move was pretty awesome still. But the moment you get close to this level, you have to be careful. But I still think at maybe 350, we might still have a nice move to the down. This might be a low distribution move to the downside at 350 macro. Look, and how it's setting up beautifully. It's creating liquidity. I mean, PPI at 8:30. Okay. Is there more news? Is there only news? PPI, I don't know. Lately, PPI hasn't been that strong, or the movement hasn't been that really. It was just annoying price action all day. Did you guys notice that too? There was just it didn't give the relief. Like normally when we had those red news events, you had like a relief, like you had news and there was like a large move, and then price action was smooth again. But a couple of times, I can't remember if it was CPI or PPI. There was this news and there was some movement, but not really. It wasn't really like. But then the whole day, price action was very like this. I can't remember if it was CPI or PPI. It was a couple of times like, okay. Now there was also 10-year bond auction though, I must say. So that always never works well with me. Yeah, core PPI, PPI. Okay, we don't have any speakers or something else. Nothing. Do we have anything in London? No, nothing. Okay, only the red folder. Okay, at 8:30. I love 8:30 candles. Andre, wasn't there Nvidia yesterday or Wednesday? Is there Nvidia again, guys? I thought Nvidia was already. Wasn't that Wednesday? I don't think we're going to get a TGIF in the sense of TGIF is only valid when you take out a low, you take out the weekly low, and then you go back into the range. We're exactly at 50% right now, so it could that we go all the way up and then take out a high, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do have a red for the news, but yeah, I mean, would it be a TGIF to the downside? How many points to the downside? 600, 500 points to the upside. It's also saying it's 600 point or 500. But on both sides, we need 500 points for TGI, over 500 points. Could do. I mean, we're still early. It could be. But we had a beautiful TGIF last. We don't get TGIFs every week, right? It's not a TGIF every week. Yeah, I think Nvidia was wasn't it Wednesday? I think it was Wednesday, right? I mean, they did really well. Are they? I believe they were again. They delivered. I mean, Nvidia is such a. I mean, it would be weird the day that they would be really doing very bad. Yeah, you'll see in price action like this, you get stopped out, and then it still goes to your direction, right? It doesn't matter what you do. It's sort of like a coin toss. See, the bodies are still below the end wall here. Um, now, I wouldn't. I really want to see this wick here, just a wick. Let's say go into 25, 27. Oh, hello. You're waking up, my little princess. Hello. I love the way. Oh my God, Vincent. In all honesty, I also don't mind. I'm also actually don't mind accumulation so much because I start to, and because the tape reading, yesterday I said the same thing, like, just think about it. Why do we have accumulation? What do we get after accumulation? And it gives you time to think. And being on stream and talking also makes it easier. But I sort of like also start to enjoy it more because, and especially around specific times, right? And if you start, the longer the accumulation, even though during I can get really impatient and I feel things happening, but we always know after accumulation comes the manipulation and distribution, and it gives you time to sort of like prepare. But it is better to be not in a trade, so you can really focus on price action. Look at the higher time frame. Why are we accumulating? If we manipulate, what will happen if I manipulate to the upside? What will happen if I manipulate to the downside? Why would it go to the downside? It gives you the time. So I get it where Vincent says it because I feel the same. But I totally get it that people are like, oh my God, people come on, they have limited time, they want to trade, and in accumulation you can't trade. I get it, but us as a distribution trader, you want your AMD. So you want to be able. The hardest thing about trading AMD is identifying proper manipulation, which is the phase that comes after the accumulation. But sometimes you don't know if it's the first move up a little bit, or sometimes I mistake distribution or manipulation for distribution. It still happens, but then, for example, my TP2 doesn't get hit. My TP1 gets hit, and then it goes back because it wasn't distribution; it was manipulation still. But I also like it because you get to focus and you start getting better at identifying your the levels, because you can see what it's doing. It's at 0.5, we went to 0.62, and then at some point you know when it's ready. Like yesterday, when I said I want to wait until that specific area is hit, for me that was like part of the manipulation move that I really wanted to see. And if I would miss it, that was okay, I missed something. But I was correct in that analysis that the real distribution will come after that key level was hit. And time gives you also perspective to if you're wrong, sort of like to already to see things a little bit. Oh shit, I missed that one. I missed the 1 hour devil's mark. The moment I saw it, I said, oh, I'm out of the trade, for example. It helps you identify, but it does get. I mean, Vincent, yesterday I did get a little bit annoyed with because it was literally all London session. We might have another session like that, but hey, we know if London is like that, we can finish the stream with a smile and think, okay, well, we had accumulation in London. You know, we're gonna get it now later on, so we just have to be more vigilant. So yeah, it's sort of like rewards your patience. That's the only thing. So I get it, I get it, I get it. But I can also understand people like, oh my god, and it's where my traps, my impatience kicks in, and if I'm wrong and I have a losing trade, for example, and it's still, and oh my god, we're in accumulation. You really need to be able to walk away and not, just leave it. Don't want to fix the loss. You just leave it because it's accumulation. For me, the paper trading really helps also it helps battle FOMO, if that makes sense. And I'm so happy that I'm really happy that it shows me that I'm being stopped out, because I say it like, I never trade around 50% because I always get stopped out, and I get in and what happens? And I think, oh my God, now the move, I really thought, okay, the move will come, but it wasn't macro time yet. I think if it will move down, it will be around this area in time, right? Because we're at the macro. So again, I entered too early. We manipulated into this one here. Let's see if it goes down now during the macro. But you'll see, it's just, I said 50%. You want to be very, very careful around here. And these are this is just the weekly range I'm talking about. And especially on Thursday and Friday, I use them very, very extensively. And it will also give you more clarity on potential TGIF moves. So on the 5 minute, look at this. On the 5 minute, the gap is even larger here, right? That we left behind. The bigger exactly. So I journaled that also, like, okay, the distribution was there. How long did we accumulate, for example? So I'm trying to see if there's logic to it. To expect I mean, I guess most of us already expected the large distribution move, right? But you never know how low it can go, because it could also always manipulate. It just uses ranges. It can manipulate down, let's say, 1 or 2 standard deviation, but it could also use, instead of 2 standard deviation, 4, if it thinks, okay, So you never really know the extent. But yesterday was the max. It really used the max that it could. Yeah, I don't think there's TGIF today as well. But hey, listen, we've got news, red fallen news. If it keeps on going one direction, but I think it should have been moving already. I mean, we need 500 points either direction. But hey, listen, we got a distribution move yesterday. How many? It was 500. Was 500 points? We can do it again, but I don't think so on Friday. I think we might just trickle back up maybe to between 20 and 30%. I think at some point it will start moving, and then maybe it will manipulate here and then go back up or go back further down into the range. But I don't know. I can frame it both ways, but we need premium first. If we go down, we need premium first. Where is midnight? Midnight is here. Okay, more bullish than bearish. Oh, okay, let's see if we can get a body closure above the suspension block. You see the bodies are, we're showing wicking, and on the 5 minute, you can see that there's no body closure. Oh, here we go. Well, let's see if we can get over that. Or does it stay? Because once we go over there, I think once we go out of the end walk, we might have a run. I'm talking about this blue line, and that's above 50%. So will it walk away, or is it going to wick into? We got 2 more minutes. We got 2 more minutes on the 1 hourly to manipulate into this wick here, or is it going to leave it and might be the next hour? So when then we might, I mean, then we might see some. Well, it could manipulate the next one. We only got 1.5 more minutes to go. I don't think this candle is going to do it. So then the next candle might go down, give this double mark little kiss, and then go back up. Maybe. Let's see. 1 more minute almost, 1.5. I don't think this one is going to go down now. I think this candle will stay below 3 o'clock before the close. Let's see what it does. 258. Just watch the body. The body, I want a body closure above the end walk, then we get confirmation for more upside, I think. But let's see. I think it's going to be a doji closure. Yeah, the weekly and daily is indecisive. Yeah, I agree. That's why we're at the 50%. It always at the 50% of the weekly range. You don't want to trade. You just want to watch and until it tells you what it wants to do. Okay, let's see. We're almost at the new 4 o'clock. It's coming. We love 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock's my favorite time. Okay, wow. I like that. I want to see what NQ, where ES is. Okay, 3 and 4 o'clock are exactly on the same, almost the same, very close. We tagged 3 o'clock, but we didn't go. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised. Let's see if it pushes it down into that 1 hour. Here we go. Let's see if we can push it down. Go back to 25.29. Let's see or not. See, body closure is below. We opened lower. Let's see, push it down. Oh, hello from Paris. Gillipsy, if I pronounce it correctly. Hello from rainy South African day. We have a lot of rain today, this morning already. Oh, I can open my door. Hold on, it's not raining anymore. Let me open my door. I love to have fresh air. Okay, I want to see this one push down now and go into this range here, into the 2 a.m. fair value gap, or we have another one here, but maybe they will leave this one open. Let's see. Then might consider a long, but not earlier than that. Oh, my back. Here we go, some fresh air. As you can see, beautiful rainy South Africa. Oh, my back. I'm still having so much issues with my back. Oh, Maxima, how are you? Hello, hello, hello. Maxima. Oh, I like what you did with the name, Maxima. I like that. Let's see if we can push down into this area here. Anyone in a short? Or just waiting with this low probability price action? Okay, I think we might get some distribution to the downside now. Come on. Come on. You see, you get like it tagged into the 3 o'clock and then it just, but it's still not really that smooth. I want to go to the 1 minute, see how price is printing. Oh, what's this? I don't want that on my, I'm testing out some new stuff, by the way, so I'm just trying to get more clarity on the, I don't want that. Here we go. Go away. I am from Stephen. I am perfect also for your bag. You need, yes, I definitely need a better chair. But this is a rental. I rent this place and I just actually renewed my lease. And this chair is not good for my back. I can tell. It's a beautiful chair. It's very fancy. It's very architectural, but it's shit for my back. But it's actually it didn't happen from the chair. I made some kind of movement in my car, and it's just a muscle that got strained. And I had it one time before. I already did some exercises, and I think it's from my gluteus maximus. If anyone is into fitness stuff, so yeah, I want to see price go back into here, and then I might consider a long because I'm. You are from 2564. Well done. Yeah, yeah. I think the retest of 3 o'clock was very. I really like that. But I'm still not, and I just don't want to anticipate when around 50%. I just really want to see either, in the 1 hour we have this devil's mark, and we didn't take it out on this candle, so hopefully we get it in this hour. It's very tricky now because everybody's going to think it's going to go up. It looks very bullish, right? I mean, you have bullish structure here, IFUG breaker. We already activated the breaker, but see what we did when this was activated, we still went lower. We actually went lower. We disrespected this breaker here by going lower, right? So we still have this imbalance here. So I would never go long right now. Why? Because we still have this imbalance here, and we have the 2 a.m. a fair value gap that we printed, and we never, well, we did go into it here, by the way, but we still have this imbalance. I mean, if it goes up, I'll just have to let it go. Asia and London have created a relatively equal high to note as well. Thank you. Relatively equal highs, Asia and London. Relatively equal highs. Um, I don't know. We have, you see, we have one here in the lower time frame. Bodies are still in the N walk. It's very tricky. It's just, it took this liquidity here. It's just taking little liquidity all the time and goes back into the range. Little liquidity back into the range. Or maybe let's see after the macro. I love South Africa. Such a bit, yeah. Maxima, it is. I moved from the Netherlands, and I love it here. I mean, I'm never going to go back to the Netherlands. I've got nature here. You know, it's never perfect anywhere, but you know, you always have to balance the things like what you like and what you don't like, and then if you have more likes than missed don't likes, then that's the place where you want to be. So yeah, I'm very happy here. I'm really happy here. I'm very. The only thing is sometimes that internet is, you know, it's just a little bit more challenged sometimes than in Europe. I mean, you know, in the bush I was really happy with the 10 megabits, and here I can have 200, but in the Netherlands it's just normal that I don't know what the minimum there is now, but that I think we were already at 200 megabits minimum many years back. But so that's why I'm not moving back to the bush, because I'm just afraid that I don't have any good Wi-Fi. So, but otherwise I'll be in the bush. But South Africa is beautiful, and we have everything here, right? We've got ocean, we got mountains, bush, and the weather is nice, even in winter. It doesn't get really cold where I'm staying. Listen, I went to the mountains one time in winter time. I don't know, Vincent, if you've been, or anyone else who's in South Africa. Oh my God, I was just freezing. It was beautiful though. It was beautiful, but oh, I have never been so cold in my life. I wasn't prepared as well. Oh, you're in the long? No, I'm not in the long. I'm not too confident in the long right now. We've got too many imbalances. We left this one here, another one here. We're still around the 50%, still not. We're outside macro, by the way, as well. Boris, but longs entry in 25067. Okay, oh, you're in drawdown now. What's your stop? Yeah, Dragon. Yeah, near. Oh my God, what's the name? Near Peter Maritzburg. So I went back from the Cape. I thought I had to go into Joburg or Pretoria for my visa, and I thought, you know what? Let me stop halfway instead of going back to Hoedspruit. And I thought, you know what? Okay, that was like the middle, and I found a really, really nice range. And it was very isolated. It was so beautiful, though. But you know, there's no central heating, and those people they said, yeah, no, you can buy wood from us. And there was one town that was like an hour, 1.5 hour drive away from it. So if I want to have wood for the fireplace, but they said, no, you don't have to worry. We sell wood as well here. I said, okay. So I didn't get it. And then at some point I needed wood. Oh, no, we don't have any wood now. Um, and, um, and like, yeah, but you said I didn't have to buy anything, and now I don't have anything. Well, I thought, you know what? So I drove to town the next day and I bought myself one of those heaters. And I started using them because they kept on saying about that wood. And then she got really angry with me because of the, of the electricity bill after I was gone. I said, well, you told me there was wood and then there was no wood. Do you think I'm going to freeze to death there? You crazy? So, but it was beautiful. I mean, guys, you can go there in summertime though. Hey, I still see bullish structure though. It's the suspension block is holding up, but I still don't trust it. I mean, I just wonder if we're going to get more consolidation. Suspension block is holding up, but we still have imbalances here and here, which I don't trust. Macro is done. I use the 3-hour time frame a lot. Yes, I do. I use the 3-hour a lot, but I do use it on a different screen. I don't want to. But the 3 hours, one of my favorites. Yes, the 3-hour is a favorite of mine. Maxima, what do you want to? Do you want to point out something specific? Hey Eddie, welcome to the family. I can leave it on 3 hours. I don't mind. I love the 3 hours. I love the 3 hours. Yes. Yes, it has been. But the reason why I go to the 1 hour, that is because it shows the indicator shows the range, and I'm just looking at the weekly range where we're at. So that's why I just want to see if we're able to get over the 50% of the weekly range. Yes, I agree. We are going to gap up at some point, but it could manipulate here for many hours before it makes the move because we need to go to premium, right? But you can see it's not really distributing to the upside like we want to see. So that's why I don't trust it. And we have a devil's mark here. So I think we're going to go into this devil marks first before we really gap up. I don't think we're going to have a distribution before this area is hit. So that's why I don't engage and I don't trust it. I think we're just building liquidity for a run later on. I think a lot of people are going to be, they're fooling people into that in those longs. But it's just, I think we need to do this first here. Maybe even go one little leg lower into the 15-minute breaker. We might tag into the end dog as well and then go. Then I would trust the long. I don't think we're not going to leave these gaps here and go into the range yet, I think. Want to? I don't even think I want to answer that question. Want to? I think it's actually a dumb question, to be honest. Do you just analyze or do you enter trades? I'm gonna leave that. I'm not gonna answer that one. Vic, hi. What level do you expect price to drop? Sebastian, market dancing to the ground at New York Open. No trade zone for me. No, it's a low probability area, guys. It's very low probability. Trump bombed Iran this weekend. Could be. Could happen anytime, yes. Do you have a favorite number? Lucky number sequence. I use time a lot. But lucky number, I don't want to see a lucky. I do have specific times that I really, really like, but lucky number, I don't know. 4:15. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, we hit the event horizon. The entire navy is offshore. Um, yeah, but we still don't know about the time. We don't know what, but I think, it is the moment they are saying that they're not getting anywhere with the negotiations are just fake. I mean, it's just to, but I mean, let's get it over with, right? Yeah, exactly. Zara Trade. I'm also waiting for that Starlink. But hey, listen, they're making it very hard for uh, for Elon. And Hopi Plaka trader. Well, I'm very intrigued by him, and I do look at Goldbach, but I studied a little bit, but not enough. But I love Hopi Plaka. Yes, I think there's it's just the structure of the market. I do believe that there is I would almost say the enigma, right? Um, But are you a Hopi Plaka trader? Because I really I started studying, but it's like I mean it really it needs a deep dive, and I still need to get more into it, to be honest. But I'm very intrigued by it. I do like this, by the way. We have sort of like the propulsion block here. We respected that, but I'm still not going to enter any long when we leave these kind of gaps here. Um, Let me just calculate this. The midpoint is here. We didn't even go back to it. Okay, well. Time doesn't matter, really? You think that? Time is not important? Time is more important than price, actually. Um, yeah, Hopi Plaka is very interesting, guys. I mean, if you are interested in algorithmic signatures and how, well, it's very structural, I think. And I mean, some people like it, some people don't, but I really, I mean, it lines up with my how I see the market. But it's not, it's a little bit complicated. You really need to deep dive into. Yeah, well done, Michael. 39 points. Yoo-hoo! And sometimes you miss a trade, right? You have to be okay with that. Um, So I did say that if we start going, I have this level. Well, I'm not in it. I missed it, but I'm okay. 154, but I still don't trust it. I still don't trust the and I don't like how this has been setting up. So it doesn't meet my requirements. So there we go. See how manipulative it is. Anyone in that? Did anyone got caught in that nasty wick to the downside? That was pretty nasty. That was a nasty wick. That was a pretty large wick. How many points was that wick? Oh, only 25. Not too bad. 25 points. Jack Gleason, he's on Ninja Trader Lifestyle, but I followed him for about a decade. I don't know the guy. Never heard of him. Okay, let's see. Now, once it goes below 3, we're good to go for the short. And then maybe we might get our entry when it gets back into these little, in those gaps. It depends also, I think Sebastian, you said about gaps. It is about when are the gaps formed. It's important, not every gap, but if the gaps are formed in specific times, they do have a significance. And especially if you trade them within in a specific session, a lot of the times it's not always, and nothing is always right. You have to, but most of the times, if you journal that, because I'm ICT based, but I also deep dive a lot in time aspect, and really when I journal, I've been just really getting into time. But nothing works 100%, but if it's a 60, 70, 80, 90% of the time, I just tend to really just stick to it. For me, I don't trust the move until these gaps, and especially this one here, I want that one to be revisited. Like, and guys, I already said it so many times. If you're around 50% of the weekly range, you always want to be careful because there's a lot of manipulation, and I hope no one got hurt by that wick here. It was a nasty one. I mean, it was still only 40. That's not true. Oh, ICT? No, no. The ones that I know, they all have incorporated Hopi Plaka. I hope to get to that level that I am able to, but I never heard of that. The ones that I know and my mentors that I had, they're all ICT and Goldbach based actually. So I hope to get better. And no, I think it's almost the same. I mean, you cannot be ICT. I think it's more, it just goes more into depth, I guess, from what it's just more in depth of what he teaches. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I guess all ICT don't trust in Goldbach. I trust in it. I believe in it. I use a mix of ICT, FUG, FIBS, and volume profile. Yeah, well, hey, what works for you? I mean, it's perfect if you can combine things, right? Nothing is wrong or right. It just matters how you see the market and what you were. If you use something that you can connect dots with, and especially if you combine them, that's perfect, right? Nothing is wrong or right. The main thing is risk management. Everything comes down to good risk management. Then everything can work, right? And screen time. There are people that have never studied anything. They just watch the charts and they have such a high form of such an analytical brain. They just see the charts and they already understand what's moving. And hey, listen, the first percent fair value gap. I don't draw it out anymore all the time because but I look at them. I mean, that's where the secret is, and the roadmap of your the roadmap. Yes. Yep. I love the first presenter and specifically some of specific times as well. But yeah, this one is the if I love the 2 a.m. especially. Depends on what it has been doing and how price has been behaving. But we formed one as well in the hour before here at 1:30. Well, that's not the 150 macro here, but this one is at 1:30. This might be the breakaway gap though. Okay, the bodies are below, same as orb. Yeah, I use the opening range gap. For me, the opening range gap is just my magic. I mean, I just use it on the higher time frame. So it's just all about inefficiencies. I'm better at looking at inefficiencies, I think, than at even liquidity. It's just my eyes are, for some reason, I am more looking into inefficiencies. So I trade from inefficiency to inefficiency more than from liquidity to liquidity, if that makes sense. Okay, we are below the end work again. Let's see what it's going to do. What's your bias on PPI? Hey, listen, Maxima, in all honesty, I can frame it both ways now because we're at 50% of the weekly range. We need to go to premium. That's one thing. So we're going up, yes. But the question is, I could see us go higher into that higher time in this large block that we formed yesterday. So we could go all the way up. But I could also just see us go to premium and then drop down and go back into this range. Technically, the high and the low, well, obviously we're 50% is now, we're equally far away from either side. If we go to example, just only we tag into the 0.5 of this range and we drop down, I could see us go here because we have equally, the levels are the same, we have liquidity above us, we've got the same amount of inefficiencies. Now, one could argue that if we start creating price action here, we could balance out an area here so that it doesn't need to go lower at some point. But at this moment, I am neutral. I'm just being honest. I just want to see how we are behaving when we go into premium. But we do need to go up to go down. But the question is, are we going to go up further up, or are we going to go up to go down, or are we going to go up and just into back into the range and just balance out this large imbalance, which is possible on a Friday, right? We just grind up slowly and make our way back to the 20-30% of the weekly range. That's a scenario I could, and the fact that we're not moving this much is making me a little bit like, okay, what is price telling us already? It's being held in a range, right? We're sort of like we go up a little bit, but I don't. You guys see this as a gap. I see this just as creating a range. It's for me nothing because the bodies are still, we are still around 50%. For me, this is non-existent in the sense of it is just one gap up. It fools people that they're long, and I'm sure a lot of people got tricked by this move and they got, they're still thinking, oh, it's going to go into this area because we made such a move to the downside. That's what they do. It's the manipulation. And a lot of people are being manipulated. Now, I also thought that I also thought we would go to 159, 149. But then I saw this 1 hour devil's mark, and then I start seeing, okay, 50%. And then I instantly said, okay, I'm not going to trade it anymore because it will be highly manipulated here in this area. I just paper traded, and I've been stopped out twice already on the paper trade. So it just proves my own point to myself. If I feel FOMO, because I do have FOMO, guys, I also have it. I just paper trade, and then the urges, I just, and then I'm proven again to myself. Okay, you know what? You should have listened to yourself. But it's a paper trade, and I journal it. And again, I just, and then I keep on saying, then I really need, then you just really want to wait for your if and then statements, and your patience will be rewarded. Like we waited for this move yesterday in London. We waited for it. I was waiting for it. And I felt FOMO here a little bit in London. And I thought, oh my God, it might drop now, but everything wasn't lining up yet. And then here it lined, here it lined up. Was it here? Yeah. Here everything lined up. It did what it needed to do. And then we had the drop. And it was, for me, it was, once it did what it did, I just market order. My execution wasn't perfect because I was a little bit late, but because I, was prepared, because I waited, and I just market ordered in and played it, over 300 points. So didn't catch the whole move, but that we don't need to, right? That is all for improvement. Bottom ticking, top ticking. But now I'm not there yet. I'm going to take a nap. It was nice talking to you. Hey, Sebastian. Yeah, thank you for your input. Love to have you here. I don't tend to, I try to, I sort of like always do, but I want to, maybe it depends on the price action if I do a New York session. But yeah, thanks for having you. Thanks for your input. But I guess the PPR will give us more clear. Anyone short, Michael Day. Yeah, I would prefer the short, but I don't like to trade it because of the time of day. But I would prefer the short now as well. But then again, it's so tricky. I wonder if we get the short at 5 o'clock, because a lot of the times when you roll over, it happens in the next macro. I'm in a short after Asia high swept. Ooh, look at you. Hey, this was similar. This was actually similar to the scenario of yesterday AM session. We swept. I believe it was Asia swept again at 8:40. That was similar, and then we rolled over. No, it was London. I'm sorry, it was London. It wasn't Asia, but it was exactly the same scenario and it's same structure. We had accumulation here, and one higher, and then we went up, and then that was the sweep of London, and then we rolled over. We are below 3 o'clock. It was similar below 3 o'clock. We are below 4 o'clock. So I see the short, yeah. But do you see how the suspension block is still holding? But let's see if we can. I hope it, you know what, I really hope that we get a pass through this one, that it doesn't go into it, but just goes through it, and then we are on our way to the other one. So then we finally get this. I need more structure for me to enter the trade. Let's see what it does. I want to see just a fast pass through. There we go. Okay, yeah, that's what I want to see. No, don't wick back. Yes. Okay, this is what I want to see, and now we most likely will go to the other one. Don't wick back. Don't wick back. Come on. There we go. Okay, now I think it's gonna balance out all those in back. Come on, go. Next candle. There we go. Okay, now go. We're at the 15-minute breaker again. Let's see now. I think it's gonna dig deeper into the breaker now. It's time to do it. Yes. Okay, let's see. This is the next imbalance here. I'll mark them yellow, mellow yellow, and this one is of importance to me. The rest I don't care. And if we hit this one, I might go for a long. And there we go. That's where I'm interested. I'm not interested before that. Accumulation of gold. Oh yeah, I listened, Andrew. I looked at hey Pia. I looked at gold, and I got aggressive straight away when I looked at the chart. And I thought, okay, I don't have to. It's just I go, oh my god, I don't want to look at this. Okay, let's go. Now I like what I'm seeing. This is what we've been waiting for. Let's see if we can give this a little 2533. Let's just blast through it. Come on, blast through it. It already disrespected this one. We like that. We're just gonna blast through this one. Come on, go, go, go. Before 40, I want to be here. Yeah, we might get it now. Good for your short. Happy to see Michael. Well done. You got 2 more minutes. Okay, taking liquidity. Let's see if we can take this. If we can go into this gap. This might be done in the next macro here. Okay. This one is done. This one is done. You see how important those little gaps are, guys? If you see these little things, you should really pay attention. It's not like that all gaps will be filled all the time, but it depends on what is happening. And you need context. It's not just gaps, it's context, right? I hope I can. I don't know if I explained that well enough, to be honest, about the context. That might be a little bit unclear. I might not do that as well. Let me know. Um, See, it took out the liquidity that it formed here at 315, right? Or it did not even touch it yet. That's good. So that means we're gonna get some more downside movement. But I still think I keep on saying it. This one is important for London session. Not always. It depends on the context, right? Okay, I think this we will get this devil's mark sorted now. Well, I just want to. It's an honest question on my end. Do you guys mind if I don't trade? I mean, if I just go over price, because I'm sort of like really still happy with the yesterday, and I'm sort of like preparing myself for. But would you? Is it more? Do people like it better if I also put trades on, or is it really an issue if I have a session like this and I just go over price and I just tape read? I'm just curious. Just be honest, guys. Just let me know because if it is an issue, because the stream is for you guys. um, I want to check in with that because I'm really enjoying. For me, it's just okay. You know what? I'm just going to tape read. Like I said, I don't like it when it's around 50%, but I'm actually fine just tape reading the London session and just trading New York for today, for example, because it's Friday. But I'm just wondering. I don't. I'm just wondering if people find it annoying or maybe they don't trust me at all or yes, you do. I'm not here for trade signals. Okay, you don't. No, okay. So you. I just want to know if it is because if you prefer see me put on trades, I will do it. But for me, I just also am more clear if I can go a little bit deeper into the PA also myself. But just let me know, guys. Just give me your honest opinion. Okay, I like it. Good. Okay, so see now the devil's mark. We have this 1 hour candle, got a little kiss, and it's on the lower time frame. You can see it's a little imbalance, and that got tagged now. So for me now, I'm getting interested. I'm here for knowledge and to look into your gorgeous eyes. Okay, well, I'll take that as a compliment. Now I might be interested in a long from here. But let's see, what time is it? 4:42. Let's see if we can go deeper. You see how many people got tricked by the move to the upside? I'm sure a lot of people got tricked by the move to the upside and being okay not to take it and wait for your. Let me just put a paper trade on. I could still be stopped out. Okay, normally I would tag in right over here and my TP would just go right below it. This is like almost a turtle soup. So my stop loss would be really, really small. If I get stopped out here, my loss would be so small. Okay, you see my internet didn't move very, then I know, okay, you know what, it might make another move to the downside and I'll re-enter. Because I still think we're going to go to premium, right? I'm still convinced about that. But the question is, when is it time to do that? The London session has been just a manipulation to trick people out of their position continuously. Now we could go lower into this wick. I'm aware of that. So what time is it? 4:44. Yeah, I think I'm going to go. I'm going to be stopped out, but that's okay. So again, I'm too fast. But look at this wick here. Yeah, and we didn't tag. Okay, I also see another mistake that I made is that we didn't tag into that long in that devil's mark yet. So okay, let me just wait. Let me quickly mark this. Okay, now we entered in that volume imbalance. Now I want to watch this wick. But I want to be fast with this because most of the times it slams back up because that's what it does in these areas a lot of the time. So I might miss it because I'm going to mark it out, but just watch it, guys. If it does that, what you see, it wicks into the devil's mark and then it slams back up if it's done with the move. But sometimes it goes further down. Then you want to mark that wick and use that wick as well. Here we go. See, for bullishness, I want to stay in this breaker, the blue air box, because that means we're still going to go up. Once we go below the breaker, we are not bullish anymore. Then also I would have to come back from the blue box is a 15-minute breaker. I don't want to, but we could, okay, I'm going to buy here. Oh, come on, faster. Again, see 75%. My stop loss just goes just because it's so small. Again, I don't mind risking these trades and taking it a couple of times. Now all my if-then statements have been met. And if my analysis is correct and we're still going to go to premium, we should not go lower than this breaker. And we maybe are done. If we break out the breaker, my bias for the long is over. Now I'm going to take my bloody 149. And sometimes it stops you out a couple of times because you're trying to bottom tick, right? In this case, but if it goes below the breaker, yeah, I'm just paper trading now. I don't want to. If I do see that things are working out and I see, okay, we're really strong, I might enter at some point on my account. But I'm not, I made so much money yesterday. I'm just, I'm happy. I try not, sometimes I don't trade at all on Friday. You know. Here we go. And I really don't care if this will be a winning trade. I really don't care that I'm not making money off it. I really don't care, if that makes sense. It just tells me that the market is doing what I think it's doing, and then I'm better prepared for New York, and I might have another good trade. Listen, if this trade works out, are you in shorts? We still have an imbalance here, though. I see that, but I'm still thinking we still need premium. But if I get stopped out, it's just a few points, and then it's not a long anymore. Then it's a short. Let's look at the 15-minute quickly. Okay, I want to point out something else. An area where I normally don't engage is when you have a bullish breaker and a bearish breaker. And activating the bullish breaker is retesting activating the bearish breaker is retesting the bullish breaker. You see that? We have a bullish breaker and a bearish breaker. This is and as well, that is an area where I normally don't engage on any account. Because you have bullish breaker, bearish breaker. Once they overlap, you want to stay out. You want to be very, very careful until one of them breaks. Do you guys see that? Bullish breaker. So I marked the bullish breaker, but we created the bearish breaker here as well. And we activated the bearish breaker. And the activation of the bearish breaker is retesting the bullish breaker. Now we're very low in the bullish breaker. So it becomes a little bit low probability, but I've seen it go back up a few times already from areas like this. But I wouldn't have engaged if I would have seen this, because if we go up, we just could retest this. So this is an area, if we go up now and we tap into this here, we might then go back down again. So you see what I mean with the bullish and the bearish breaker overlapping each other? Low probability. So this will, now I'm just watching if it taps into here and it's going to break down again. But I've seen it just disregard this one or this one, and it went all the way into all the way to the bottom of the bullish breaker. which you would think it's going to be bearish, right? But it's very tricky now. But we still need premium, guys. We have never gone to premium. I'm going to bring it to break even in case it does stop me out, so then I don't have a losing trade. Well, not really, to be honest. See, we tagged into the bearish breaker here, and I think we're going to break this one now. Let's see. Yeah, stopped out. You see, you have a bullish break and a bearish break, and they could go back and forth. This could be an area. Normally, what you would see in this area is consolidation. So it's just going to go back and forth between the two breakers until one of them breaks, until one of them is disrespected. Yeah, okay, I'll show you. Hold on. So you see, it's sort of like holding up here. You see, I left these two imbalances here. 15 minute, I'll show. Okay, so the 15 minute, let's use, I'll put all the other things so you can see it clearly. Hold on, let me just get, okay. The blue box is the bullish breaker here that I marked earlier, this one. But the bearish breaker is here. So let me mark that one. And you see they overlap, right? We formed during London session, we formed the bearish breaker here. It's very wiki. Let me just use the bodies. We don't need the upper side. So let me give this another color, the bearish one. I'll make it red. And you'll see it'll go back and forth between the two until at some point it will break. One of the two will break. Oh, hold on. Why are you not giving me? You see what's happening? It's not really breaking. Now there's a lot on the chart. So this is the bearish one. You have a low, a high. It's being broken and it's being, this moved down, activated this breaker, but this activation retested this one as well again, right? So it's one of the two, whatever they do is retesting one another again. Now with the bullish one, we're very low at the bottom, but we have an end dog here, and as you can see, the end dog is not, the bodies are staying above the end dog on the 15. But you want either one to break. So if it goes below the bullish one, okay, then you have your confirmation to the downside. Before that, you do not have any confirmation to the downside yet, and not because the DXY is extremely bullish. That's not enough. They can be decoupled. It's a very weird time. Yes, you can use it as a confluence, but do not fall in the trap that, oh, because of that, it's that. No, you have to look at the context. Where are we at? Um, um, but once it breaks this level, then you have your confirmation, because then the bullish breaker is really, it's now disrespected. But as you can see, it might just consolidate for a while, but always when you have a bullish breaker and a bearish breaker near each other, overlapping each other, you expect consolidation. I made a video on it. I think it was a short. Yeah. Again, you can see already what's happening, right? So we went all the way to the bottom of the bullish breaker and we did not go through it. And here I'll go back to the hourly. This is a very insightful session again. I mean, even though the trades are shitty and it's hard to trade, I think there's a lot of knowledge. So we remember this devil's mark as well. When there's no wick, that means lack of manipulation. When you have the manipulation, this is clearly what happens is algorithmically, it just gives the manipulation. And a lot of the time it is the manipulation. That means sometimes you'll get a continuation, but if you get this manipulation move, it can go straight back up. This hourly candle could straight go back up. Sure. Oh, thank you, DBT. Yeah, well, I haven't had issues lately. I think we solved it a little bit. Hey, Club Inquiry. Welcome to the family. Now, it looks very bearish, right? Look at how we tagged into, you can see I marked the bearish, let me mark it. You see that we tap into it and the wicks are to the downside, but I still don't trust it, to be honest. It looks more bearish than bullish. I agree, but I wouldn't trade it. Like I said, I always stay away until one of them is broken. But what you can see happening here is very, if you want to be able to identify chop, that is what happens between two breakers. Until you want to stay away until one of them breaks. It's a weird thing to say, but you want the one to be disrespected. And now everybody's going to think it's going to be the bullish one. Could be. But hey, listen, I've been studying these areas and I've seen crazy things happen. We had the manipulation. We went into, maybe we go one little bit lower into this wick, maybe to 75%, but well, we'll see. We balanced out all these imbalances here. Actually, I won't be interested in short before we break this area. And then max, I wouldn't go further than 25.12. This will be my max. But listen, it could only just wick. Listen, it could be a down movement and it wicks back up, right? So let's see what it does. If it really drops, if we have an imbalance here, then we could go all the way up to 2,500. 24,900. 2,500, sorry. My bad. See, we don't have a body closure yet. See, it's tricking people that want to go short. Let's see if it goes further down. Remember this fair value gap, guys? Five o'clock, a lot of distribution. Hey, Sarif, how are you doing? Price could accumulate a while in this area before moving. Well, it moved away from it, so finally it did. That's good. At least we got some movement. I don't think it will wick back up now. Let me see. We'll get a new. Oh, it's a 5-minute candle. Yeah, no, it's not. The 1 minute is already closed, so that's bearish now. But let's see how far it can go. I mean, we have a gap here, right? As well. We had accumulation here, 446, and we dropped 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock is a lot of the time that the movement actually starts, but we'll see. The TP1 code, that's a good question. I don't trade off it. I have I've got monthly contracts open as well, but for trading purposes and especially higher time frame, it's a little bit better. But I do have lines on it that I take from the monthly contract. So, but trading wise, it doesn't really matter. But I trade the monthly contract. But for higher time frame purposes and for showing things, sometimes with the monthly is difficult, especially when you go to the weekly and the. But hey, as a trader, you always need to look at both, right? If you can trade. You do want to look at the gaps as well and the levels on the continuous. Oh, and the monthly contract as well. Definitely, yes. Okay, let's see what happens. We went into this wick here. Hey, listen, the bullishness is, we didn't even go to premium yet, and we are going down, so that's quite interesting. Final TP hit. I hope it will go all the way low up to 30-60 minute. Dollar is bull, going to rebalancing after the 1 hour time frame. Jessica, yes, I had a really good trade yesterday, definitely. I don't know. I'm still I'm very hesitant with a. I know it's gone down, but we technically we're just ranging, right? So we're just in a range here. So it balanced out this imbalance here. I do have a first presented fair value gap here that still is untagged, so we could go there. I don't know, maybe we go back into the range again. We are gone. We moved away from the 50%, so that's good. We took liquidity here. We took liquidity and we went into a 1 hour imbalance. Let's have a look at the 4 hour. The 4 hour looks bearish now, right? Let me take this off. We've got 1 more hour to go. Hey, look here, guys. The 4 hour, we create an equal high here. So that means the 1 hour, this one will not go higher. This will be taken out either in the 6 o'clock or the 10 o'clock one on the 4 hour. So now I hope you are if you're in a short, I hope it will work out for you that it goes lower. You still have an hour to go, and that 1 hour. Let's see how it behaves in this little. Volume imbalance here. If it can go below this one, or is this the barrier? Okay, I think I see what's happening. I think I see it clearly now. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Hold your horses here. Okay. Hey, Michael, I'm done. Good for you. Well done. Well done. Yeah, I'm thinking PPI might be bullish now, right? Let it go down. We still have a range here. It's also an OTE range we need to go into, and it's sort of like already is doing it. Good, but I wonder if it's going to leave these. It would be nice if it would take these as well, right? That would be too easy. It might stall here. 5 o'clock, so we're 3.5 hours before we have the news. There we go. I'm going to take the bullish breaker off because we disrespected it anyway. Zero 0.62, 79. Kendall, hey, Gonzo Trader Joseph, welcome, welcome. Thank you for hanging out with us. Kendall Dealer, oh, that's a nice name. Where are you trading from? No, it's afternoon here almost. I'm in South Africa, so let's see what's the time. I think it's almost noon here. So it's very nice to be in either Europe or Africa continent because we can trade London and we have New York session, right? So that's really nice to be able to anticipate. And if we don't get to trade in London, we just get a lot of intel and then we trade New York session with that intel. So it helps. If that makes sense. Where are you trading from? Okay, nice. Some distribution to the downside. That gives some relief, I guess. You see how we were all fooled for that move up, actually? I mean, I actually still thought it would go to premium after we manipulated to those imbalances, but it really just disrespected that bullish breaker. Anyone else in the short? I know some of you are in the short. Anyone else caught that short? It's 5:12. Yeah, it's 5. Yes. I live on Eastern time. Sana, it is still bearish. Dollar is exactly on weekly encroachment, but it is 10 London. It is 10 London. Bounce chance is low. Yeah, it might go for the equal lows now, right? I mean, a lot of the time at 5 o'clock you do have a rollover. You can see here we're below the imbalance. It's 5, boom, and that's where we also got below the end dog. I mean, if I would have traded, I would have used time as well, and then the retest of the end dog and midnight as well, because we got midnight here. You're below the weekly open. I mean, if I would have been interested in trading, we disrespected the bullish breaker, and if I would be interested, it's 5 o'clock, and here exactly at 5 o'clock we retested midnight exactly and daily open. That will be my entry for a short here, exactly here. Because everything lines up, right? It turns bullish by leaving the bearish breaker, retest of midnight, go back into the range, and it's 5 o'clock. A lot of the times 5 o'clock is the you get the distribute. If you don't have distribution, you get good distribution. And I would have just traded up to here. That would be my trade. I wouldn't be interested in more. So this would be my trade. I wouldn't have traded any further than that imbalance, to be honest. This would have been my position here. I would use the end and the high of the end walk, so a little bit higher. And where's my TP? This would have been my trade. This would have been my trade. That's it. I would just trade it up to here in this session. Creating equal lows, leaving equal lows again. That's always good when you're in a short and you see that. You like to see that, right? Yeah, it's 5:12, so you're in Eastern, right? If you're at 5:12, then you are somewhere in same time zone as New York. So you must be cold. You're in a cold. You're in a cold time zone. How's it doing weather-wise, guys? Didn't you have a blizzard in that area? I'm assuming you are. SC, is that Sacramento? Oh, South Carolina. Okay, gotcha. How's the weather there? Lot of wicks, huh? Here, very wicky. Consolidation wasn't too long, in all honesty. We went down here and then we just literally, it wasn't 4:47, it was only 15 minutes. It wasn't actually too bad. You see the difference between this price action and then the moment it starts at 5 o'clock, how it's moving differently. I'm actually wondering if I should position myself now for that upcoming. I want to do a poll. Yeah, I was just now I was just thinking if it's time to start positioning myself for the long. Winds are not bad. Can ride my motor all year round. Okay. 59 bullish. Okay, so this time we were wrong, chat. I was wrong with you guys. Bullish. It was actually, I think the main move was, we can say, bearish. So we were not correct. But we're not done yet. I'm also thinking, and pull. I'm also thinking to start positioning, because I think but I don't like the equal lows here. And we've got equal lows here as well. But look, this is all engineered liquidity to the upside. So I think I'm going to start one position and then I'll build in later on if I'm correct. I'm using the breaker. I'm going to use this one. Now, technically, yeah, see, I might have already be stopped. See, now the stoppers are getting at a point that I'm like, okay, I'd rather have very, very small stop losses. But the inversion, remember we created the inversion on the upper side and disrespected it as well. What time is it? 5:19. 5:20. Okay, the move until 5:20. Let me just let me check something. 114. I think it's gonna go make one more leg down. Yeah, I'm getting out. I'm not ready yet. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait. Let's see, because you got equal lows. You really want It's just a paper trade, guys. I'm not in my account yet. Um, Let it go into the fair value gap and then I'll get out. I don't want to be in it yet. Yeah. Okay, here we go. See, my internet is very slow. It doesn't take me out on time. Um, yeah, I sometimes it just yeah, but I just don't want to. I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait a little bit longer. Pom 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 pom. Yeah, I would really like it now to really take that equal lows. So let's say 25,955 ish. Um, I think then we might just bounce in the range a little bit back again. Yeah, 24,955 is just so. I mean, they could leave it for later on, obviously, but yeah, let it drop down. Are we saying revisit lows here? Well, we are below the N walk and we are nearing 60% the weekly range. The moment we are disrespecting, I guess, they created equal lows again here in an old first represented fair value gap. Um, I still think we're going to go higher at some point today, going into this SIBI. But hey, just could leave it behind and just go. But you have to also think about the 4 hour candle, right? What is it doing? It's 524. It created a low. It might just now, TGIF is just literally on all candles. It's just OHLC. So what is the price doing? Um, you know, it has half an hour to go. Is it going to take out this low or is it just going to create, it created equal. I don't expect this candle to take out this level now. I think it's going to leave this level. And so we have equal highs on the 4 hour, right? Now it could, but I don't. Most of the times when it creates an equal high, it will leave it, and the next candle or the one after that will take it out, right? So it will leave it for later. Now we stopped before here, so the question is: does this 4 hour candle want to take out this low, or is it going to hang out here and just consolidate for the remaining half hour? No, Kendall, I was born in the Netherlands. I'm Dutch originally, so I was born in the Netherlands. I actually moved here 4 years ago. Um, so yeah, but we are very. I mean, the Afrikaner is close to the Dutch, but we're very different, to be honest. The Dutch and the Afrikaners, but um, but I don't speak Afrikaans. The Dutch is already a horrible language to speak, so I don't want to learn another language that I don't like to speak. It's very harsh. Our language is harsh. Okay, half an hour to go in the 4 hour candle. Let's see what it wants to do. I wonder if it wants to get back into the end walk. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to do that. I think it's just going to putz around here. Either it's going to go back and take out these equal lows, or it's going to just maybe just consolidate. I mean, it would be weird to me. It does happen sometimes, but not as often. Nothing is 100% right. But once it creates equal lows, highs, this candle will close with leaving them because they will use them later. It's like a magnet, right? So I'm just more interested in what takes these equal lows. Let's see. Yeah, it's bullish structure. I see that, but I don't trust it because it printed in a way that with all gaps here, I just don't trust it too much. Yeah, Dutch. I mean Dutch. If you heard people speak Dutch, it doesn't sound very. It's not very. It's very harsh, right? And a similar is okay. This could be a propulsion block. Just if you don't want this to take out 50, it wants to. If it respects the 50%, it will be still a long. But let's see if it holds up. 529. So it respected the 50% of this propulsion. This is a propulsion block. Let me. The propulsion block, you don't want price to get back into the range. You don't want it to. You don't want to see it go back into 50%. We're in Asia golden pocket here. Yeah. Okay, it's 5:30. I'm watching the what the candle is doing. Yeah, proportion. It didn't even go to the 50%. You see that, but the best ones are the ones that tag 50%. So I'm just looking. It's the same what happened with the other side. There was another one, and I used it, and it didn't tag 50%. It went up, and then boom, it slammed down. So I still don't trust it too much. I remember we left equal lows here, and we've got equals. Um, Yeah, this could also be if you want to talk market maker models, you got sell side, buy side, and back into original consolidation. The original consolidation, because technically this could be a 1 minute market maker model and could be done. But okay, I want to see the bar. As long as the body stays below the end wall, we're still bearish. Are you a market maker, Samuel? Are you new 4 hour? Exactly, DBT. The 4 hour is going back into the range. Um, so also for me, you see, it's a doji right now. This is for me a very low probability area. Looking at the 1 hour and the 4 hour candles. I mean, if you, this is just, I mean, we broke the bullish breaker. We're going back up into the bearish breaker now. Hey, you know, okay. So we have a fellow Dutchie, and he said, "Oh my God, you cannot talk about us Dutchies like that." But you know it's true, right, Martijn? You know it's true. I mean, it's sort of like it's not the most. I mean, we sound harsh a little bit. Yeah, yeah. So now I agree. Well, we had a nice move. Yes, yeah, exactly. And I'm a distribution trader, so if I see candles like this, I just don't want to anticipate too much. And I see them move up and down, but you know, it's still, especially in the at the end of a 4 hour candle, I would like to catch the beginning of it, like the 2 a.m. or the 10 a.m. candle. I like yesterday when we had the open. I mean, you know, catching the distribution move was pretty awesome. But this is, you can see the 4 hours are just going back and forth, back and forth. So I just try to avoid this a little bit. But 3 minute chart, is that clear? Yeah, I think lower time, I get it, guys. I get it. And lower time frame, you can see stuff. But yeah, there's a nice wick here. Yeah, for me, Martijn, the 3 and the 9 minute, actually, I should go more often to my 9 minute and my 3 minute because when I'm confused, I get most of my 3 and my 9 minute. I love those. That really makes everything clear to me. Yeah, and especially some days, the 3 minutes, especially the gaps and they look at what we left here on the 9 minute. Yeah, I can tell you this one will be traded back into. Um, you see, you don't see it on the 3 minute, right? Yeah, and I'm quite confident because it could take out this high, but I don't think so because a lot of the times they leave these equal highs. Now everything, never again. I will say it again. Sometimes it happens, but we've got this N walk in between. It will not go much higher, I think, before the end of the hour. It will close without leaving with this high left intact. So that's why I would rather take a trade that I can enter here and take it all the way up to here, right? That's where I'm interested in. Those are the trades that I try to catch. I don't try to go for 20, 30, 40 points. I just try to wait and take. Now I'm sort of struggling with that a little bit. That I want to take a smaller. Hey, Pia, just another combine. Congratulations! You said another one, so you've passed more this week. How many did you pass this week? Well done. Listen, take a breather. If you have your account on Monday, it's going to be NFP week. Let it rest. Just let it rest for yeah, yes. Look how the 15-minute looks, guys. It looks horrible. But the 3-minute looks very nice. Thank you, Martijn, for I think for hey, never suffer, never suffer. How are you doing? So we created a wick here, and we created a wick here. 5:38, 20 more minutes before the next 4-hour candle. It's a doji right now. We're totally back at the open price. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Remember here? We're back here where we started. So this actually is now actually quite important because this was support. Now, on the smaller time, the only time that support and resistance works is when you're at the bottom or the top of a change. So this was support. If it becomes resistance, that's the only time that support resistance works. That's right here, exactly here. So if this would be the top of this new formed range, you want to see this being resistance. So now I've been on the hourly all the time. Yeah, we're very straight to the point. Yeah, I'm very direct, and sometimes I wonder. I do want to point that out because sometimes I'm very direct, and I think sometimes it might come across as rude. But we Dutchies are very direct. And I was actually thinking about that yesterday, Martijn. Like, oh my God. But what you see is what you get, and just but I just think with all different people from other countries, they might not be used to it, and it might be shocking to someone. But I think yeah. But hey, listen. Yeah. Yeah, no, and I also have no filter sometimes. But I don't think I've lost a lot of people, but I did scare away a few people. But I think I scared away the people that I wanted to scare away, if that makes sense. But I hope I don't, but sometimes you are who you are, I guess. But it is a Dutch thing. It is typical of Dutch. And even people from Belgium and France I worked for KLM and we had a course how to deal with the French, and they had a course how to deal with the Dutch because we were totally different in our means, how we communicated. And as we Dutch, we were very direct and to the point. And with the French, we had to go to lunch to get things done, and we had to literally make the deal or, get things done during our coffee or lunch break with them. And, it was a very different way of thinking. And even though when you would talk about something, um, for them it wasn't a deal, and we were like, yeah, we talked about it, we said we would do it, yeah, but it's a very different yeah, Germans, yeah, it's easier for me. I love to work with Chinese and Germans because it was like, we're to the point, and it's very structural, and I'm more chaotic. So, hey, Parker, yeah, it's 5 a.m. for you. Good for you. That's how you become successful in trading. Hey, listen, London, London is very important, but listen, if you can't, you also need to sleep. You cannot trade everything. So if you need your sleep, you need your sleep. But it's important to go over London levels, what happened, but it's just extra for us being able to look at London. For me, it gives me a lot of intel. If I didn't take a trade lately, I haven't traded a lot live or even evals in London. Now, times have been tricky. Let's be honest. Oh, you're in Atlanta, yeah. It's cold and early. Um, but well, I lost my train of thought, I think. Um, what was I talking about? About being able to trade London. Oh, about being, oh yeah, direct. Yes, being direct. But yeah, it's a totally different cultural thing. You really have to be aware. And I worked with a lot of cultures, and I always had to, be aware of the differences. I worked with a lot of Indians as well, and you know, they got used to and there's also a difference between Indians from the north and Indians from the south. But they got used to our directness very, very quickly. They didn't. You could tell they could cope with it. But when something was off, you always have to like sort of like because they're very humble and very, for example, would not admit maybe something that they felt like shame, and we are like, oh yeah, that happened. I'm sorry, blah blah blah. We just point it out. So you always have to be aware of different cultures, and that they think and act differently in different. Um, Environments or situations. But yeah, we are very, hey, MD Run, how are you doing? We are very, very direct and very open, and maybe a little bit too direct sometimes. For a lot of people, they don't like it. They just don't like it, and I can relate to that. So I totally understand. Um, yeah, at least you know what you get. But yeah, it's I do believe that sometimes it's good to repackage things a little bit better. Just we try to say the same thing in a different way. So I'm just looking at if this fair value gap. Now I'm going to mark it again. I'm going to get rid of the imbalances because we don't. Just going to change this into. I want to see if resistance turns support, or this becomes an inversion, right? So this fair value gap that we used, the 2 a.m. from the beginning, now is in play again. We want to watch. I mean, maybe you guys don't want to watch it anymore. You're fed up with watching. You want to make money. I get it. I get it. Time will change, guys. There will be a time that I will trade a lot again, but this is not the time for me. I really want um, things to change a little bit. Price action. I really, I don't like small candles, but they're good moves. Listen, this is a thing that I um, just am not good at. If it's like on the 1 hour candles like this, I just don't do as well. But there was still distribution, right? There was still enough distribution to trade, and especially this move down here. Um, so I would look into it, but I don't mind not taking these trades and just wait for something that I really see very clear and still have like I didn't use any of my mental capital, but also not any of my monetary capital. But listen, this was a good move. This was an awesome, good move. So I always study it, but then again, it's still used very good. Also, again, I should have marked this fair value gap. Now, again, I said I'll take it off, but if I would have marked it, I could have already seen here the rejection very clearly. And then maybe if I missed this move, I could have still taken this move in the 450 macro, right? So just pointing out and then play it down to this first presented fair value gap. But that's all for studying and for journaling. But yeah, I'm still bearish, I think, for time being, for until 6 o'clock. But you wanted to, it's like TGIF, right? It will, let's go to the 4 hour, because I mainly trade the 4 hour candle. So I look at the 4 hour a lot. Let's see. Now, obviously, we're almost at the end. Don't expect too much because it's going to close, open, high, low, close, right? A TGIF is nothing else than your open, high, low, and then a retracement of the low or the high. So, and that happens as well. It's the same concept. You take out a high, you take out a low, and you retrace back into the range. So that is just what TGIF is, and that you can apply the same thing on the 4-hour candle, on a daily candle, on a monthly candle. So that's why I'm going to look at the monthly candle today before New York starts, and I'm going to calculate ranges, and especially on the monthly, when the month ends and the weekly ends at the same day, you want to see that there will be an overlap, and that will be our area of target. I had some pretty good trades, because it doesn't happen a lot, right? That the last day of the month is also the last day of the week. If you measure your TGIF levels and you see an overlap, and the weekly will be smaller than the monthly, but you can target, and then you get a lot of information. I'm going to look into that after the stream. We're almost done. I'll just one more macro. I just want to see what the next 4-hour candle, how it starts. And then last day of the month is always like 500-point movement. Well, that makes sense. That could be the case. Then we might have a TGIF if we have 500-point move, because we are 500, around 500. We were 500 points away from the 50% mark from both the upside to the downside for the weekly range. Talking about the weekly range only. So that would be nice if that's the case. We won't mind if that's the case. We wouldn't mind some more volatility, but you know, it's already it might be held in a range today a little bit because of the news that's coming at 8:30, right? Because it didn't really move that much. I mean, look, we technically have just been ranging, right? This is just a range. So I don't like to trade within a range, and we were near the 50% here. Now we're a little bit below it. But yeah, I don't think this candle is going to do much anymore. Let's see. I hope, Juan, that we get. I've been trading for 6 years now, by the way. 3 years ICT and 3 years. I don't want to say 3-year retail bullshit. There were some things that I did, market profile, that wasn't. I don't consider that retail bullshit. But I didn't get profitable until I started applying ICT and time-based, more time-based logic. For me, that worked really well. But yeah, I wish I would have known about ICT when I started. I wish I did, because it would save me 3 years, I think. There we go. So resistance here becomes support, becomes resistance here. Why? We're at the top. Now, for me, this is temporary market structure. There's a lot of false flags in this area continuously. I've heard of TGR, but I don't know his strategy. But I don't think a lot of these youngsters, there's a lot of marketing. I think at some point they might start as a trader, but at some point when they get a big crowd, it becomes more, I think, I don't know his strategy, so I can't say anything, but I'm just saying, I'm generalizing here a little bit. A lot of the times, the trading becomes secondary, and it's more about marketing and pushing prop firm codes. They make so much money with prop firm codes. They don't really care about trading anymore. So I don't know if his trading is good, but it's more of like, I think it happens the moment they start making money with other things, and they have a big, it becomes more of a show and more of not a show, but more of illusion that they create. Now, I don't know if he's really, I mean, they most likely start as a trader, but then you're either a good marketer or you're a good trader. It's one of the two. If you really want to focus on trading, you don't care much about pushing prop firm codes, and you really want to focus more on educational stuff and more on tape reading and making it more about technicals, I guess. But the moment I think that comes in, and the money comes in with prop firms and other things. You know, when you build a stream or your videos about pushing prop firms, the trading becomes secondary. That's what I see. I see it happening with so many. I used to respect. The moment they become a car salesman, and you see the trading things, but it's basically just pushing prop firm codes. But I guess TJR is pushing prop firms. I would be surprised if you tell me he's not. The 1 hour, yeah, the 1 hour looks very ugly. I agree. And kudos to those who have traded it. Well done. Well done. Now let's have a look at the 4 hour. What are we expecting for the 4 hour? Okay, so I'm still, well, the 4 hours even more ugly, and I'm always, when I see 4 hours in hindsight, I think, okay, I know why I was struggling. I know why I didn't anticipate, because of how, as a distribution trader, nothing was here, right? Also, it doesn't give me any clarity for the next movement, in all honesty. You were bullish just now. You said we're bullish. TGR strategy works. I used it. But I don't know his strategy. I have no idea about his strategy. But I know he's very popular and he has a lot big crowd. But it's just Haney. Could you explain his strategy? What does he use? Is it ICT or is it something else? You know, I always try to stay away from negativity, or if people talk bad about someone, I just try not to listen. I'm also I'm not on. I don't look at my. I don't have a. I'm not even on X. I just stayed away from it. So he does push prop. Okay. Yeah, I think everyone. You know what I actually think, that everyone is called a scammer at some point. If you're on YouTube, everyone will call you a scammer at some point. So I try not to listen to that. And I just don't watch. I just don't engage on X. So yeah, but if it works, that's good. I'll check him. Should I check him out? Is it worthwhile? Is it worth it? Can I learn something? He waits for a session high or low to be swept, and then wait for 5 minute and a FUG entry to end. Okay, gotcha. Okay, well that's 2022. Like if you look here, we did have a 2022 model here, right? At 427. We swept the high, we go back into the range, the very small one. Actually here as well, but the range it's just ranging. I don't like it. Essentially, liquidity rooted in ICT and smart money works on following institutional footprints rather than retail patterns. Okay, gotcha. Okay, interesting. He looks for price to sweep buy side or sell side liquidity, taking out all lines during specific high volume windows like New York. Yeah, that's just okay. So he uses macros. Okay, that sounds like 2022 with some other. Yes, and no, that is. You know, I'm sort of jealous of you. Well, I'm not really jealous, but I envy the people that are good at trading those points. But then again, I should not be envious because I managed to get the larger trades as well. And at some point you get good at one thing, but then I guess, oh, I also want to be good at, you know, taking out those smaller trades. So, but I just have to wait a little bit longer for those larger moves. That's just how it is, right? So, and then it pays off. But, okay, I just want above all, is method prioritize a top-down analysis to determine daily bias and relies heavily on strict risk. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, I like what I'm hearing. strict. So he applies. So he's not like a youngster that is just okay. I like that. I like that. He sounds like someone I like to look into. And he never pops up on my feed. I just heard from him, but he never pops up. Hey, Anthony Nino, welcome to the family. Marvelly Edgeworth, welcome. One thing I like about it is the dumb, it made trading simple. Hey, it's just Haney. That's what it's all about. I like it. I mean, what you guys are telling me is something I really, you know, what I also like. I saw her yesterday. She's very young, and I'm very impressed with her. She's a very young girl. She's from England. She sounds. I think it's called Claudia Trades. She is exactly. I can see so much resemblance. Also, her charts are a little bit messy like mine, but she thinks I can like. Oh my god! And I think she's just 20, but I'm just like. And she just started trading, but I think she will be amazing. I think she is just starting, and she's very honest as well. I watched her yesterday and like, oh, I like you. Honest, still learning, but already what she is applying, and highly intelligent girl. And she's very pretty as well. So for all the men, go check out Claudia Trades. Very pretty, but smart. I think she can outsmart most of the men here. No, I'm just joking. But Claudia Trades. Yeah, I think I really like her. Yeah, and I watched her and I was like, yeah, she's British. Yeah, you can tell from her accent. But I was very impressed what she was showing, and she was just in very shortly and being so young. But you can tell that she's highly intelligent, and she's already seeing things. And I'm like, oh my, she'll be fine. She's like I'm still working on it. But I'm just like, oh, you'll be fine, girl. You'll be fine. Exactly, exactly. And it's just Haney, you can tell already she's not there yet, but I was like when she was talking about it, and I was just thinking, oh, we don't need to worry about you. You'll get there. Yeah. Yeah, you agree, right? And she's still, yeah, exactly. And I thought the same thing, and I was like, really, I like you, and I think I'm going to send her a message because I really, I think it's good to give her some. Maybe I didn't share it with her live. I just saw it, and it was after I was, oh, let me look at her, and I'm like, I think I'm gonna DM her and just say, listen, you don't have to worry, you'll be there. Everybody know, we can see that. Give her some, how do you say that? Um, um, just tell her, listen, you'll get there anytime, but just keep on working. And she was also very honest. She says, I didn't take it very seriously for a while, journaling and. She needed to do more on her psychology side, and she says, yeah, I realized that I needed to, even if I did that many times, the psychology being a trader is much different than all those self-help books that I already read. It's a different approach. And she's just 21. She's just in her beginning of the 20s. The things that she was saying, like, oh my god, I wish I was so smart as she is, or wise. At her age. So very impressed by her. Claudia Trades, guys. Hey, your link isn't working. Is that the link in the chat? Is it not working anymore? Oh. It's all ICT. Yes, it's all ICT, but it's all about applying, but also being smart enough, using things and using them differently, or applying what ICT is saying and using them with your logic. Using logic. It's not about what ICT says, because we had, like last week or this week, we had a little bit of an incident with someone who said Asia high was between 7 and 9. But what happened is that person, yes, 7 and 9 is a thing in Asia, but it's the kill zone. But if you just write down, if you're a pattern trader and just write down, oh, kill zone 7 and 9, and literally just, okay, if you don't have any logical, you don't use your analytical brain, like, okay, but what is the time of the session? Oh, Asia runs until, it's not 2 hours, it's much longer. But it's a kill zone, yes, but ICT means we sit down behind our laptops around that time because those are the times. It's a kill zone. Why does he use the word kill zone? That's where we attack, when we eat. So just, you need to think about things also. Sometimes don't write them just down as they is. Just the link at your body text. You'll love my strategy, Parker. Oh, Parker, you're so funny. I like you guys. You're so funny. Hey, listen, Parker. I actually like. I mean, all transparency here. The thing is, sometimes I didn't know I don't have any gambling issues, never had. But sometimes, when I feel like chasing, I did do that. Like I get in, but it never works out with me on trading. 50% chance, right? Why am I always losing? But it's a good thing. It never works out for me. So I know I can't do it anymore. It doesn't work for me. Let me okay, I'm gonna put the I have to open up my Discord. Hold on. I didn't know that. I thought I put it in the latest one, but maybe it changed already. It always, I put in the latest one, and if I don't look at it for 1 or 2 days, it doesn't work anymore. And I thought it was a week. It should be valid for a week, but all the time. So now I start doing it every day, but now I stopped doing that. And I thought, you know what? I changed it yesterday and again. But let me put in a new one, and I'll do it again every day just to avoid this problem. I just need to make it a habit. Invite to server. Copy. Copy her link. Yeah, I'm giving the link. I'm giving the link. Hold on. This should be the new link. I'll pin it. Replace pin. It should be a different one. Check it out, guys. This one should be okay then. Let me know if not. Hey, so kudos to those who have traded this. I find it very, but there are, look, I always study this, right? But I would rather wait for a better move, but there were good opportunities here. Definitely, yes. It just takes a little bit of a different approach for me and my brain to also get used to trading these higher time frame consolidation candles, because this is what it is, right? I'm always struggling in higher time frame consolidation, always. But there are still good moves, and even though you missed this one, there was still a move here. Support resistance. The only time that support turns resistance works for me is when we are at the top or the bottom of an area. We're at the top. You have a fair value gap. This one is the one that really gives you also the clarity. It uses this imbalance here, and then we go down. No, I know. You are patrolling, Parker. I know you are. I know. Really, I must honestly say that the level in the community that we have here already is so now I'll tell you honestly, I started using the DXY, but a lot of the time it was also decoupled. I just stopped using it because it's just more information. But I understand it should be looked at, but I stopped doing it. Yeah, 30-40 pips. So 30-40 pips is 25. It's less than. Yeah, but I don't trade. I just trade. I'm a distribution trader, so I really look for those large distribution moves. So I just get excited if I can see a 100-point trade. Like yesterday, I banked 300 points on NQ and I waited for it. So I'm sort of like getting more like, okay, but is that me? I have to be honest about what is my trading identity? Do I want to, as a YouTuber, do I want to put on more trades just for YouTube? But am I okay with just waiting so my trades will be less frequent? But so should I just wait as a YouTuber for those distribution moves and keep to my, that's what I want at the moment? Well, or no, let me put it that way. If I look at how I feel most comfortable with them, and I get like most confidence with them. But I'm still struggling a little bit with that because I need to wait too long for it, which happened these months. I also get very insecure at some point if they don't present themselves, and so it's sort of like I'm a little bit in turning point. Like, okay, because I'm getting good at this, because I haven't, in all honesty, I haven't been trading those distribution moves for, I think it's 8 months now that I really, it clicked and I started doing that just before I started the YouTube stream. And then I get really, really like it became very consistent for me is like, I think it's about 8 months. That's it. And I'm still really improving. So, so I'm sort of like in a position now, like, okay, but it's like a new, different way of thinking if you want to also catch these shorter trades. But I think it's an improvement for me to also work on that. But let's see how it goes. But yeah, it's you have to be also, where am I as a, what is my trading identity? What makes me feel comfortable the most? But we'll see. We'll get there. I do want to find a balance in it as well. Getting better at those shorter trades. I call them scalps, but I think I want to aim 25, 30 points. That's it. That's the minimum I want to aim for. But it's a totally different risk reward you have to apply as well, because you're going to put on more faster trades. You might be wrong more often. So yes, I'm also going to take a little break, guys. I'm having fun with you. I just love the chat. I learned, I mean, for me, it's always, I still learn a lot, even with, especially if it's in these sessions. Also, I just noticed on the 4 hour, see that we're in a, I just didn't even notice that before. We are in this fair value gap here. Yeah, it looks bearish to me now, but I guess this one is holding us down. We'll see. I'm new. You're new in, no. I'm not new in trading. No. Me catching on a regular basis the minimum of 100-point NQ moves. That is something that I started doing 8 months ago, and I started to get really good at. And I sort of like started doing that as my only trade setup. So I really got like better trading the full market maker models from literally maybe even from the just before the breaker was even formed. But I'm not new in trading, but I consider myself a lifetime student. ICT 3 years, totally six and a half years with a lot of retail bullshit, but also market profile that I did. I don't consider market profile bullshit. Let me get it straight. I like market profile, but it wasn't enough for me to get myself to get myself profitable yet. But maybe I would have if I stayed longer into it. But ICT got me profitable. So yes, for me also my largest my models, my best models are in between 10 and 11 if they show up. Yeah. And listen, guys, I'll tell you one thing. If price action has been like this in London, I'm actually looking forward to New York because it always, accumulation and then manipulation and then distribution. And we've got news, so I'm actually excited. I'm not. So if this happens in London, I'm always for, it makes me exciting because I'm okay, you know what? It'll come. And patience is always rewarded. That's something I'm learning. If I'm patient, I'm always rewarded. And I've been patient and I've missed, I would journal everything. Like, okay, what could I have done? Where could I enter? Where would I exit? What could I have used? And I'm learning a lot from you guys that are trading. I suggest it's good black back for trading candles if the price keeps pushing. Better way is to see it in a New York session, but it's Friday. Yes, exactly. I'm always, listen guys, also I want to point out, if you have 300 points on a Thursday, you always want to, you don't want to make Friday a losing day. So that's why I'm also more conservative. Like you have a good day and, well, actually you don't need to trade, but I'm on stream, but I really want to wait for my A+ setup. And if it doesn't show itself, I would let Friday just go. And I love tape reading, and I checked it in guys with you guys. Because we can't see the candles because of the white background. I already made it gray. No, I can't do black. I hate black. I'm allergic to black. on as a background. I'm sorry. Listen, if I'd asked, half of the people will say white, half of the people will say black, but I already made it gray. Is it that in? But I've got a lot on my chart, so I understand it's not clear. Let me get rid of a few things. I understand my charts are very messy, so I still am very grateful for you guys hanging out with me. That's why I love Claudia as well, because I was looking at her and I'm like, oh, she has the same way of. If I was looking, I think her charts are a little bit even better than mine, but she also have a lot of little things on it, and I'm like, but is your strategy the orb? FMC, I use the opening range gap. I do not use the orb. But I don't know what you're referring as the orb. I use the opening range gap. That's the gap that is the gap between when the market closes at 4:15 Eastern and when it opens at 9:30. That's the gap that I use. And I use I look a little bit different to the market. I look at them as full imbalances and mainly on the higher time frame. So not on the 1 minute. I look at the gaps because if you look at a 4-hour candle that opens at 10 o'clock, not at 9:30, that's a different one. So then it changes the range a little bit. So I use those gaps. So when the market opens, that's the gap, and I use the gaps from the whole week. So that is for me highly effective. That's my roadmap with my NWOGs, NDOGs. That's why I have a lot of my chart, but it's my roadmap. Nothing has been applicable here because we've just been in the range here. But we'll see. Any question? Patience pay with winning strategy, even if you have but not in winning, it makes you a red day. Patience pay, yes. Patience pay with winning strategy. I don't understand your logic. It doesn't make any sense to me, but patient paid for me, yes. Patient paid for me 300 points on NQ yesterday, but patience only pays when you have a strategy that you tested, that you can call your model, and you know what you're waiting for, and that takes time. So, candle dealer, are you a scalper? I think it's different if you scalp. But SonFX, yes, patience only pays when you know what you're waiting for, if that makes sense. So, and every strategy will give you a losing trade sometimes as well, right? So you have to be aware of that. Yeah, so we are different, right? So for me, that's why I would rather, but hey, listen, if you're a scalper, you have to go to the lower time frame. Hey guys, I noticed something you want to mark, and it's a very important level. Look here, I just saw it on 3 minute. Exactly between 3 and 4 o'clock, there's a suspension block. I'm gonna mark this one for later on. You see this one here, this area? Let's see on the 1 minute if it gives us a... Okay, on the 1 minute you don't see it, but mark the 3 minute suspension block. Right over here. Hey Rami Rama, I like your name. Do you see higher formation on the, do you see H formation on the H formation? What's the H formation? I just see higher time frame consolidation. I just see shitty price action at the moment. Thank you, Pia. Hey, happy for you that you passed your accounts. Hey, listen, Monday, be careful. NFP week, give it a rest. Let your accounts rest. Let them breathe before you start entering them on your funded. It's a lowercase h. It's a lowercase. I just see. I don't see on the 4 hour. I just see a lot of wicks and just body staying in between the fair value gap and I see a really contracted range here. This might go down, but it's sort of like stuck within these two levels here. Hey, I'm just wondering, guys, this is what I missed on the 4 hour. Listen, I'm just seeing it. Oh my God. Look. You see, when we went down, we really respected this 4 hour fair value gap. I didn't even see that. I mean, see, you always see new things. And we did go below it, but the bodies never went below it. So this was literally the range. the range that can be defined easily, right? Even though the wicks went be low, but if you want to be safe, you see, oh, every candle went back from the end walk. Every hourly candle went back. This is what ICT means, that you can trade every hour. Every hour, this was the range 1, 2, 3, 4 times. We went back and forth between this level here. Study this. I'm going to, because I want to get better at identifying a range. Instead of identifying A and D, I need to study then, okay, what's the range and what can we bounce back and forth from? And then you disregard the wicks. That gives you extra information, but then you know, okay, we're back in this range. Boom, I take my trade. How many points is that? I want to see, because it's. I really want to make a model. I really want to make a model that's really a range bound model. Not. I'm going to work on that. 43 points. Okay, not too bad. That's okay. So in effect, yeah, I do London daily and my New York session. So I used to do New York, but as you can see, I always overstay because I love to talk and I love to tape read. So at some point I was streaming 8 hours a day because I did London, and then, but then I was like, you know what, let me do London. And then I thought, because of the price action, I started skipping New York, but then I started trading by myself again. And then I was like, oh my God, my trading is a little bit better when I'm by myself. But I still want to trade New York session as well. But so I thought I'd just give it a rest a little bit. I had a lot of back issues this week as well, so I didn't want to sit too much. But London is a sure thing for now. The New York session is sort of like maybe a couple of times per week, but I don't know. Sometimes I'll do the AM session, and sometimes I'll do the New York session. Also depending on how much people want me to do it. So I'm also like, you know what? Let me just see how it goes, and I'll just adjust accordingly when time is right. But London session 2 a.m. every day. That's a sure thing. Okay, the link works. Thank you, guys. Okay. So that's Rami Rama and Sonata. Any other question, guys? Maxima, they are controlling the selling pressure now before New York Open. How much you're willing to trade? Okay, that's a good question. I like that question. So I always try to frame my trade, and it doesn't matter actually. I came to the conclusion that every trade that I take, if I risk more than 40 points, it is not a good. I tend to go to B plus setups, or it's not an A plus setup. It doesn't matter what I'm doing. It always comes down to that 40 points. In the beginning, you will want to sort of like your risk management, right? But technically, and it doesn't matter the art. If I trade more than 40 points, I already think something is off. But 40 points, and it doesn't also even matter if my R2R is higher. Now I do take trades. If I see a very, very good setup and I'm a little bit late to the party, and then I have to go to 50 or 60, but it's like a distribution move for 100, 300, 200, 300 points. I still might do it, but I don't want to go lower than 1.5 or 1.5 or risk. If it becomes a 1-to-1, I'm like, I start to get nervous. I don't feel comfortable anymore. So then I sort of like have to miss the move. But then I can start. That's the time that I do start chasing a little bit. But it is in an A plus setup, and most of the times it works out because I'm already in my model or things like that. But it is technically chasing because I'm too late. I wasn't on my charts. It does happen sometimes. But I don't feel comfortable at that moment. The moment I feel comfortable is that I can put everything on and I have 40, 50, max 50 points. I sit back and whatever happens is fine with me. even if I get stopped out and nothing happens in my body, I just stay very calm. I know I follow my rules, and I'm okay to be stopped out. I'll re-enter, I'll reassess, and that's when I know everything is aligned. I have enough confluences. I'm my discipline. I'm in a good state of mind, and I can just sit back and I'm okay. But the moment I start chasing, I don't have that feeling. But it still works out. How many trades do you take? Yesterday I only took one. That was the 300-point move at the open, and I took a few paper trades in London because I got a little bit of FOMO because I thought the short was already coming, and I was stopped out because the time wasn't ready yet. But when New York opened, I should have seen it at 8:30 already or after that, but I was looking at a little bit of a higher level, but I missed the perfect entry. But then when New York opened and the opening range gap just gave me the final confirmation for me, and then I market ordered in yesterday. So it wasn't a clean trade setup, but because I was waiting for it in London for hours and hours and hours, and I was quite confident that the move would present itself as it did. And I had my TPs already in my mind, so it was very quick, get in, set my TPs. I wasn't drawdown, just a few seconds. So that was very a nice trade because it was it's Thursday, the week of the month, and it gave a clear distribution. But I do trade more sometimes. I don't want to say I'm always always one time a day. No, I don't. If I see opportunity and it's distribution day all day long, I'll trade it all day long. Yeah. But I really want. I'm also working on my patience, guys. So it's also a test for me. Patience is my issue. So it's also a thing for me to work on my FOMO. Work on my patience just to be able to get better trades, better setups. And but patience is a real thing for me. And sometimes it really, especially when I'm in when it's like this price section gets me, sometimes it makes me very annoyed at some point. I get angry. I can feel angry. I can get oh my God, I'm just sitting here and I can feel angry. I can feel aggressiveness coming up. Like I looked at gold this morning, and I said to you guys, I saw this already, and oh my God, I can already feel it. And I said, oh, I just don't even want to look at it. I just get angry when I see this. Does anyone else have that? I have that only today. It makes me, this makes me very aggressive. So, but I love accumulation because we get manipulation and distribution afterwards. I love AMD. I love the distribution trades of the A power of 3. And if I see that clearly, I have the best day ever. Yeah, you'll see me very, very happy. So full commitment before entry, that's really professional in trading. No, well, I don't consider myself a professional. I'm still working on it, but I am much, much better at it. And my P&L is showing because I'm waiting. And, but listen, people, it's really a thing you need to work on, and it's a thing you need to keep working on. And if I know for myself that patience is my flaw, that I can fall into that trap. Being impatient is my biggest thing, and it will be if I get weak in the sense of tired or I'm not in a good state of mind, I fall in that trap, and then I can also fall in that trap of overtrading again. Because it's biology, guys. It's not discipline. It's biology. So once you know that, you're aware. You're not a loser. There's nothing wrong with you. It is just the markets are designed for us to fall in those traps. And that's why I get very upset also with the people that try to sell the illusion of copy trading. Copy trading is a next level thing. You can do it only when you're advanced and you already managed to have one account profitable. But setting the illusion of trading 20 accounts totally different mind game. It's a totally different. Try to get one account profitable, then move on to a second, third, fourth. But your patient calls you have a lot of considering before to take a trade position. Not bad. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. But hey, listen, you guys will see me FOMO. You guys will see me overtrade sometimes. But I do want to get better to trade in these ranges. I'm going to work on a model. I'm going to work on it and test it live on the on stream as well more often. So, but yeah. Okay, guys. I think I'm a little bit hungry. I need to eat. I need to get some lunch here. If price is going to give us very, very good price action, I might do a stream later today. We'll see. I prefer the PM session, but we'll see. We'll see. And no more questions, guys. Thank you so much again. Just I really enjoy hanging out with you guys and just feeling the support as well, and just know that we all are having the same. We're working on the same things and getting better and learning from each other. Anything else I want to add? No, I don't. I have nothing to add. Congrats, that was a great. Yes, thank you. Thanks for the recap. You're welcome, Tube. Yeah, that was an awesome trade. But hey, listen, still improvement could be done there. Okay, guys. I will make sure to put the correct Discord as well. The Discord is just to be able to communicate with you guys. I mean, it's still I don't put I don't ask for I'm a very bad car salesman asking for likes, links. It's just the Discord is just for us to be able to communicate. But I do want to do more. Maybe organize some sessions in the weekend or outside trading hours to either to go over some stuff. But I still need to give it some formation. But I'm working on I just started half a year ago, 7 months ago now. So we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. But Tube, what's your bias for New York? Well, my bias for New York, I think we still need to go into premium here. So we've been a little bit more bearish than bullish on New York on London, so we didn't do it. But we have news coming at 8:30, so I wouldn't be surprised if we take out this liquidity, go into this wick, and then go into premium. But hey, listen, Friday always surprises me. I always try to have 3 scenarios, and Friday, a lot of the times they come up with a 4th or 5th scenario. I'm like, what? I never saw that one coming. So Friday is you always have to be prepared to be wrong. But look here, on the 4-hour, we created 4 equal highs here. So this is definitely in play, 2,500. So they didn't leave that for nothing, right? So at some point we will go higher. But I think we really need to be very vigilant. But yeah, London surprised me already too with the move to the downside, but it actually makes it more easy now when I created this wick here, 4-hour equal highs, and we'll definitely will revisit this. So candle dealer, it's you're totally right, but it's nice to have bias, and that's why I always have 3 biases. So whatever the market does, but you can read structure at some point. I mean, if you get better at it, you can. But it's always good to have bias. But always remember that if you're wrong, always prepare yourself for the other scenario. So it's literally only 3 things, right? Up, down, or sideways. Prepare yourself with all scenarios, and then whatever it does, you're prepared with your levels. Yeah, and if the war starts, I mean, you always have to, especially now, also now, yeah, there's so much geopolitical news, and it's Friday. You don't want to be on the wrong side of the move. But I don't agree with you, candle dealer, that bias doesn't mean shit. you can read price, but that's something that you'll get better at some point. And the market will do things in a certain level. But anyway, okay, guys, I'm gonna leave you. I'm gonna eat. I'll see you guys later. Have fun, whatever you guys doing, and we'll see each other Monday for sure, or maybe later today. I love you guys. Thank you so much.